Welcome, weary wanderer of the wasteland, to the enigmatic corners where questions outnumber answers and mysteries persist across centuries of nuclear shadow. Tonight, we delve into the complete chronicles of Fallout's greatest unsolved puzzles, corporate conspiracies that shaped civilization's end, alien visitors whose motives remain opaque, and figures who drift through history like whispers in irradiated wind. These are tales of ambiguity preserved in memory, of secrets that survived even nuclear fire, and of how the human need for answers endures alongside our capacity for creating questions. So settle in, close your eyes, and let the gentle rhythm of mystery carry you into peaceful slumber. In the gleaming corporate towers of pre-war America, behind boardroom doors marked with cheerful atomic symbols, executives in expensive suits were planning the end of the world. The Vault-Tec Corporation, with its friendly blue and yellow logo promising safety and security for every American family, had become something far more sinister than a simple defense contractor. While mothers and fathers across the nation saved their hard-earned dollars for a chance at survival, while children collected Vault Boy trading cards with innocent enthusiasm, the company they trusted with their lives was conducting the most elaborate deception in human history. The origins of this deception stretch back to 2031, when Vault-Tec first acquired Morgantown's local college and transformed it into Vault-Tec University. This educational institution served as more than a training ground for Vault personnel. It became the ideological birthplace of a corporate philosophy that would reshape humanity's understanding of survival, sacrifice, and social experimentation. The professors who taught courses in vault management and population control were not merely academics, but architects of a grand design that would outlive the civilization they served. The company's legitimate public face presented Project Safehouse as America's greatest humanitarian undertaking, a massive infrastructure project designed to preserve the nation's most valuable resource, its people. The marketing materials that filled pre-war magazines depicted happy families entering clean, well-lit vaults where they would wait out the storm of nuclear war before emerging to rebuild America stronger than before. The reality, carefully hidden within classified documents and compartmentalized among need-to-know personnel, told a different story entirely. The financial structure of Project Safehouse reveals the first hints of Vault-Tec's true agenda. The US government, already financially strained by the resource wars and domestic unrest, financed the vault construction through junk bonds, high-risk investments that suggested either desperate optimism or calculated planning for a future where traditional debt obligations would become meaningless. The initial budget for Vault 13 alone stood at $400 billion, a staggering sum that ballooned to $645 billion by project completion. The cost overruns that plagued every vault construction project were not signs of corporate incompetence, but indicators of scope creep. As experiments became more elaborate and infrastructure requirements grew to accommodate increasingly complex research protocols, the legal framework that protected Vault-Tec's operations provided unprecedented authority for a private corporation operating within American territory. The amended Espionage Act granted the company broad privileges in enforcing security measures, including authorization for private security forces to use lethal force against anyone threatening vault operations. This legal immunity created an environment where systematic deception and human rights violations could flourish without oversight. From traditional regulatory bodies or congressional committees that might have questioned the company's bosun, methods, and objectives, the 122 vaults that Vault-Tec ultimately constructed represented only the visible portion of the company's experimental program. Each facility was designed not merely to preserve life, but to test specific hypotheses about human behavior under controlled conditions. The variety of experimental parameters reveals sophisticated understanding of psychological research, methodology, and social engineering principles that exceeded what most academic institutions of the era could have implemented. These were not shelters, but laboratories, their inhabitants, not survivors, but experimental subjects whose informed consent had been obtained through systematic misrepresentation of their actual circumstances. Vault 114 exemplifies the deceptive recruitment practices that Vault-Tec employed to populate their experimental facilities. The company promised Boston's social elite that they would spend the war years in luxury accommodations with their peers, maintaining their accustomed lifestyle while the surface world burned. The reality waiting below ground told a different story. Cramped single-room apartments for entire families, shared dining and bathing facilities that eliminated privacy, and minimal amenities that would create constant friction among residents accustomed to privilege and comfort. The appointed overseer, selected specifically for his lack of leadership experience and anti-authority disposition, was designed to create administrative chaos that would test how a hierarchical society adapts when its traditional power structures collapse. The systematic fraud that characterized Vault-Tec's operations extended beyond simple misrepresentation of living conditions to include outright theft of construction funds. Ezra Parker, the key financier for Vault 18, simply pocketed money designated for vault completion after the premier area was finished, claiming bureaucratic delays while using the funds for personal enrichment. Vault-Tec's refusal to replace the stolen money reveals that the company prioritized maintaining profitable relationships with corrupt partners over ensuring the survival of their experimental subjects. The incomplete vault stands as testament to how corporate priorities shaped survival infrastructure in ways that served executive interests rather than human preservation. Behind the facade of humanitarian engineering lay the true purpose of Project Safehouse, serving as research infrastructure for the Enclave's long-term planning. President Dick Richardson's revelation in Fallout 2 that the vaults were part of the Great Plan confirmed what careful observers had suspected about the systematic nature of the experimental parameters. Each vault's unique circumstances were not random variables, but carefully controlled conditions designed to generate data about human adaptation, social organization, and psychological resilience under extreme stress. The Enclave leadership that survived the Great War in secure facilities needed this information to support their own post-war operations, whether those involved colonial expansion to other worlds or systematic control of surviving human populations. The multi-generational starship theory, initially proposed by Tim Kaine during Fallout 2's development, provides context for understanding the scope and sophistication of Vault-Tec's experimental program. The data collected from Vault experiments would theoretically support design and operation of spacecraft capable of sustaining human populations during interstellar travel lasting centuries or millennia. The psychological profiles developed through Vault observation would inform crew selection procedures, while the social organization studies would guide the design of shipboard communities capable of maintaining stability across multiple generations. The resource management experiments would provide templates for closed system life support, while the authority structure studies would reveal optimal governance models for isolated populations with no possibility of external intervention or escape. The evolution of Enclave priorities following the Great War shifted the intended application of Vault experimental data from space colonization to terrestrial control, but the underlying methodology remained consistent with the original research objectives. The systematic elimination of mutant populations that became Enclave policy during the Richardson administration required detailed understanding of how human communities respond to existential threats, how authority structures adapt to crisis conditions, and how propaganda can be used to justify systematic violence against designated enemy populations. The Vault experiments provided templates for social engineering that could be scaled up to continental operations. Evidence for Vault-Tec's direct involvement in precipitating the Great War emerges from analysis of the company's operational patterns in the weeks and months preceding October 23, 2077. The corporate alert system that had been used for routine drills underwent significant modifications during this period, with new protocols that emphasized rapid response to emergency conditions, rather than the gradual preparation procedures that had characterized earlier exercises. The increased frequency of beta alert drills, sometimes conducted 5 times per week, created conditions where Vault personnel and designated residents would be psychologically prepared to enter the facilities at a moment's notice. The timing of these preparatory activities suggests either remarkable prescience about geopolitical developments or insider knowledge about planned military action. Corporate representatives who had previously shown routine interest in Vault enrollment began aggressively pursuing potential residents who had been hesitant to commit to the program. The sales tactics employed during this final period emphasized urgency rather than long-term benefits, with representatives suggesting that Vault space might soon become unavailable due to international developments that required immediate response. These behavioral changes indicate either corporate panic about impending war or systematic implementation of predetermined plans for war initiation. The nuclear weapons theory that connects Vault-Tec to both the initiation and conduct of the Great War relies on the company's documented relationships with military contractors and defense suppliers. The corporation's close ties with West-Tec and other firms involved in advanced weapons research provided potential access to nuclear materials and delivery systems that could be used independently of official military command structures. The possibility that Vault-Tec maintained secret weapons caches, ostensibly for Vault defense but actually for offensive operations, would explain both the company's confidence in their survival plans and their willingness to risk triggering global nuclear exchange. The megaton bomb and other unexplained nuclear devices found throughout the post-war wasteland bear markings that resemble Vault-Tec's corporate imagery, suggesting either company involvement in weapons deployment or systematic rebranding of military assets for corporate use. The placement of these devices in locations that would maximize damage to civilian populations, while sparing certain strategic installations, implies targeting strategies based on corporate rather than military objectives. The survival of specific pre-war infrastructure that served Vault-Tec's interests, while seemingly random military targets were completely destroyed, suggests either remarkable luck or deliberate selection of targets based on post-war utility rather than immediate military value. The corporate culture that enabled Vault-Tec's transformation from defense contractor to shadow government reveals systematic erosion of ethical constraints through gradual normalization of increasingly extreme research protocols. The compartmentalization of information within the company ensured that individual employees could participate in obviously unethical activities while maintaining psychological distance from their ultimate implications. Engineers who designed Vault torture devices could rationalize their work as serving legitimate research objectives, while psychologists who developed manipulation protocols could justify their methods as necessary for understanding human behavior under extreme conditions. The recruitment of personnel willing to participate in systematic human experimentation required selection processes that identified individuals capable of prioritizing abstract objectives over immediate human suffering. The company's hiring practices during the final years before the Great War emphasized loyalty to corporate mission over conventional ethical training, while promotion decisions favored employees who demonstrated willingness to implement policies that served company interests regardless of human cost. This systematic cultivation of institutional sociopathy created organizational culture where systematic deception and human rights violations became routine business practices rather than exceptional criminal activities. The technological infrastructure that Vault-Tec developed to support their experimental programs reveals capabilities that exceeded what most government agencies could deploy during the same period. The monitoring systems installed throughout Vault facilities provided unprecedented surveillance of human behavior in controlled environments, while the data analysis capabilities developed to process experimental results represented cutting-edge information processing that surpassed contemporary academic research institutions. The company's investment in these advanced systems indicates both long-term commitment to their research objectives and confidence in their ability to maintain operational security despite the scope of their criminal activities. The post-war persistence of Vault-Tec influence through automated systems and programmed protocols suggests that the company's planning extended far beyond immediate experimental objectives to include long-term control of surviving human populations. The overseer systems that governed Vault operations were designed to maintain experimental conditions for decades or centuries without human oversight, while the selection criteria for Vault opening were based on data collection requirements rather than inhabitant welfare. The systematic manipulation of post-war communities through Vault alumni who carried company programming into surface settlements reveals the true scope of Vault-Tec's social engineering ambitions. Vault 76's secret mission to secure Appalachian nuclear missile silos demonstrates Vault-Tec's continuing post-war operations through carefully programmed human agents who believed they were serving legitimate reclamation objectives while actually advancing corporate control strategies. The overseer's personal orders to ensure that only Vault-Tec could access nuclear weapons in the post-war period reveals company planning that anticipated specific post-war scenarios requiring nuclear capability under corporate rather than governmental authority. The explicit instruction to ignore other authorities, including legitimate government survivors, indicates corporate assumption of sovereign authority that transcended traditional democratic institutions. The Vault 88 experimental protocols for mood manipulation and behavior modification represent the culmination of Vault-Tec's research into human control technologies. The devices tested in this facility were explicitly designed for implementation throughout the Vault system, creating infrastructure for systematic manipulation of human populations on unprecedented scales. The integration of these control technologies with entertainment and comfort systems reveals sophisticated understanding of how behavioral modification can be implemented without conscious awareness by affected populations. The implications of successful development and deployment of these systems extend far beyond individual Vault populations to encompass systematic control of human behavior throughout any territory under Vault-Tec influence. As we drift deeper into the shadowed history of corporate manipulation and systematic deception, the true scope of Vault-Tec's ambitions becomes apparent not merely as profit-seeking or survival planning, but as fundamental transformation of human civilization according to corporate rather than democratic principles. The company that promised safety and security for American families had instead created infrastructure for systematic control and manipulation that would extend far beyond the immediate crisis of nuclear war into the indefinite post-war future. The vaults that sheltered some while sacrificing others were ultimately designed to serve neither group, but instead to advance a corporate vision of human organization that prioritized control over freedom, manipulation over truth, and institutional power over individual dignity. In this light, The Great War itself becomes not merely a failure of diplomacy or deterrence, but potentially the ultimate corporate acquisition, the purchase of human civilization's future through systematic destruction of its past. At exactly 9:13 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 23, 2077, someone made the decision that would end human civilization as it had existed for millennia. In that moment, whether through careful calculation or desperate impulse, whether as first strike or final retaliation, the nuclear exchange began that would transform Earth from a world of nations and governments into a wasteland of survivors and ruins. The identity of that decision-maker, whether Chinese premier, American president, rogue artificial intelligence, or corporate executive, remains one of history's most consequential mysteries, a question whose answer died in the radioactive flames that consumed the world's archives and witnesses alike. The final hours before nuclear annihilation unfolded with the terrible precision of a Swiss timepiece, each tick bringing humanity closer to its appointment with atomic destiny. The morning had begun like countless others in the Resource Wars era, with military personnel monitoring global communications networks, intelligence analysts parsing satellite imagery for signs of unusual activity, and world leaders maintaining the careful balance of threats and negotiations that had kept the nuclear peace intact for decades. Yet beneath this familiar routine, forces were already in motion that would render such diplomatic niceties permanently irrelevant. The first concrete indication that October 23rd would be different from its predecessors came from the United States Pacific Fleet, whose early morning patrols detected unknown submersible objects off the California coast. These contacts, initially dismissed as possible whale pods or equipment malfunctions, persisted long enough to warrant elevated alert status and additional reconnaissance missions. The submarine crews who investigated these anomalies would later report detecting artificial sounds and metallic signatures consistent with foreign military vessels operating in American territorial waters without authorization or notification through normal diplomatic channels. Simultaneously, high-altitude surveillance aircraft detected a squadron of bombers approaching through the Bering Straits, their flight patterns and electronic signatures consistent with Chinese strategic aviation assets configured for long-range strike missions. The intelligence analysts who processed this information faced the familiar challenge of distinguishing between routine patrol activity, intimidation tactics, and genuine preparation for hostile action. The bomber formation's approach vector and fuel loadout suggested capability for reaching American soil, while their radio silence and evasive maneuvering indicated operational security procedures consistent with wartime rather than peacetime flight operations. The Chinese stealth submarine Yangtze, operating closer to the American East Coast than any foreign vessel had been detected in decades, represented perhaps the most direct threat to American security during these final hours of peace. The vessel's sophisticated cloaking systems had enabled it to penetrate multiple layers of coastal defense networks without detection, positioning itself within striking distance of major population centers while maintaining complete communications silence. The submarine's mission parameters, reconstructed from partial records recovered decades later, included authorization to launch all nuclear warheads upon receipt of proper authentication codes, with only one missile experiencing the malfunction that would spare some small portion of the eastern seaboard from immediate annihilation. At 6 hours before global civilization's end, the Integrated Operational Nuclear Detection System recorded the first definitive missile launches, their heat signatures and trajectory calculations, confirming what military analysts had feared, but hoped would never come to pass. The 4 missile launches detected during this initial wave represented either the opening salvo of a coordinated first strike or the desperate response of a nation that believed itself already under attack. The distinction between aggression and retaliation became academic. Once the launch detection triggered automatic escalation protocols, designed to ensure that no nuclear attack would go unanswered. The transition from DEFCON 3 to DEFCON 2 occurred with mechanical precision, each step in the escalation process triggering predetermined responses throughout the American military establishment. Communications networks that had carried routine diplomatic traffic suddenly switched to encrypted military channels, while strategic bomber crews who had been conducting routine training exercises received authentication codes that transformed their practice missions into actual combat operations. The psychological transformation from peace to war happened in the space of minutes, as personnel who had spent careers preparing for this moment discovered that their theoretical training was becoming horrifying reality. 4 minutes after the initial launch detection, NORAD confirmation sealed the fate of the world with the clinical precision of a medical diagnosis. The North American Aerospace Defense Command's computer systems, having processed incoming data from multiple sensor networks and confirmed the authenticity of the nuclear attack through redundant verification protocols, presented their conclusions to human decision-makers who had mere minutes to choose between national extinction and global annihilation. The President's order for retaliatory strike, issued within the narrow window that strategic doctrine demanded, represented not merely a military decision, but the final act of human civilization as it had existed since the dawn of the atomic age. The nuclear bombs that struck Pennsylvania and New York within minutes of the presidential authorization marked the transition from threatened retaliation to actual global catastrophe. The cities that disappeared in atomic fire had been home to millions of individuals whose morning routines had included no preparation for instantaneous vaporization, whose plans for the day had extended no further than work meetings and dinner preparations. The transformation of these human communities into radioactive craters happened so quickly that most victims never realized they were dying, their final thoughts still occupied with mundane concerns rather than existential terror. The West Coast's destruction followed immediately, as Chinese missiles that had been launched hours earlier completed their ballistic trajectories to find targets that still believed themselves safe from immediate threat. The military installations, industrial centers, and civilian populations that vanished in nuclear fire had been defended by the most sophisticated missile defense systems ever deployed. Yet these technological marvels proved inadequate against the sheer volume of warheads directed toward American soil. The failure of defensive systems that had cost trillions of dollars and represented decades of technological development demonstrated the ultimate futility of attempting to contain forces that humanity had learned to create, but never to control. Washington, D.C.'s destruction 5 minutes later eliminated not merely the American capital, but the nerve center of global diplomatic efforts to prevent exactly this scenario from unfolding. The President, Congress, Supreme Court, and thousands of federal employees who had dedicated their careers to preventing nuclear war became casualties of the very conflict they had spent lifetimes trying to avoid. The bunkers and continuity of government protocols that should have preserved American leadership through nuclear attack proved inadequate against weapons whose destructive power exceeded the planning assumptions that had guided their construction. The nuclear exchange continued for 2 hours, each minute bringing fresh devastation to targets that represented centuries of human achievement and millions of individual lives. The Chinese cities that disappeared in American retaliation had been centers of culture, learning, and industry whose contributions to human civilization were erased, along with their populations. The mutual destruction that strategic theorists had long predicted as the ultimate deterrent to nuclear warfare proved, when finally implemented, to be precisely as catastrophic as its most pessimistic advocates had warned. The evidence that China fired first appears compelling when examined through multiple analytical frameworks, though the certainty that accompanies such conclusions must be tempered by recognition of the fragmentary and potentially biased nature of surviving records. Leonard Boyarsky, lead artist for Fallout 1, has stated in interviews that the question of who started the Great War should not matter, while Tim Kaine has suggested that China launched the first missile in response to American bioweapons research that continued despite international exposure and condemnation. These developer statements, while not canonical in the strictest sense, reflect careful consideration of the geopolitical dynamics that made nuclear conflict increasingly inevitable. Black Mountain's communications array, monitoring Chinese satellite networks during the final hours before global catastrophe, detected activity levels that significantly exceeded normal operational parameters. The communications traffic and system activations that preceded the nuclear exchange suggested coordinated military preparations on a scale consistent with major combat operations, rather than routine deterrent posturing. The intercepts that Black Mountain's analysts processed in real time painted a picture of Chinese military forces receiving final authentication codes and targeting confirmations that indicated genuine preparation for nuclear warfare, rather than elaborate intimidation tactics. The phrase, "they threw everything they had," that appears in Black Mountain's final transmission carries implications that extend beyond simple description of Chinese nuclear capabilities to suggest desperate rather than calculated aggression. Military forces that deploy their entire strategic arsenal simultaneously are typically responding to existential threats, rather than pursuing measured escalation designed to achieve limited political objectives. The comprehensive nature of Chinese missile deployment implies leadership that had concluded conventional defeat was inevitable and chose nuclear warfare as preferable to surrender or negotiated settlement. The American response, described as showing similar lack of restraint, suggests retaliation that matched Chinese aggression in scope and intensity. The phrase, "didn't hold back either," implies American nuclear deployment that exceeded minimum retaliation thresholds to embrace comprehensive destruction of Chinese military and civilian targets. This escalation pattern indicates decision-making processes on both sides that prioritized maximum damage over measured response, transforming what might have begun as limited nuclear exchange into comprehensive mutual annihilation. The geopolitical context that made nuclear warfare increasingly likely during the Resource Wars era provides essential background for understanding how seemingly rational national leaders could choose strategies that guaranteed their own destruction along with their enemies. The American military success in recapturing Anchorage and pushing Chinese forces back toward their homeland had created a strategic situation where Chinese leadership faced choice between humiliating defeat and desperate escalation. The proximity of American forces to Beijing, combined with resource shortages that had motivated Chinese expansion in the first place, created conditions where nuclear weapons might seem preferable to conventional surrender. The refusal of pre-war American leadership to accept Chinese surrender offers, as suggested by some analytical frameworks, would reflect the militaristic ideology that characterized the Enclave's approach to international relations. The shadow government that had already prepared for post-nuclear survival might have viewed Chinese nuclear retaliation as opportunity rather than threat, providing justification for comprehensive destruction of international competitors while ensuring their own protected survival in prepared bunkers and installations. This perspective transforms the Great War from tragic accident or Chinese aggression into calculated genocide, orchestrated by American leadership that had already decided global nuclear war served their long-term interests. PAM's predictive analysis of Chinese decision-making under extreme pressure provides the most sophisticated examination of the psychological and strategic factors that might have motivated nuclear first strike. The predictive analytical machine's initial calculation that logical analysis would prevent Chinese nuclear aggression reflected standard game theory approaches that assumed rational actors would choose strategies maximizing their survival probability. Chairman Cheng's decision to authorize nuclear warfare despite the mathematical certainty of devastating retaliation would represent triumph of emotional and ideological factors over rational strategic calculation. The introduction of human variability factors into PAM's analysis resulted in system shutdown, suggesting that the machine's calculations had produced results so disturbing or complex that its programming could not process them coherently. This computational failure might indicate that human decision-making under extreme stress transcends predictive modeling because it incorporates psychological factors that resist mathematical analysis. Alternatively, PAM's shutdown might have resulted from calculating outcomes so catastrophic that presenting them would serve no useful purpose for American decision-makers who were already committed to their chosen course of action. The satellite network activation that preceded Chinese missile launches provides technical evidence for coordinated military action that supports theories of deliberate rather than accidental escalation. Military communication systems that transition from routine operational status to wartime configuration require deliberate command authorization and systematic implementation of predetermined protocols. The comprehensive nature of Chinese military preparations detected by American surveillance suggests planning and coordination that extended far beyond immediate tactical responses to encompass strategic decisions made at the highest levels of government. The submarine and bomber assets that Chinese forces had positioned for optimal strike capability during the hours before nuclear exchange indicate military positioning that prioritized offensive capability over defensive preparations. Forces configured for maximum damage to enemy targets rather than optimal survival of Chinese military assets suggest strategic doctrine that accepted Chinese destruction as acceptable price for ensuring American annihilation. This mutual suicide pact masquerading as military strategy reflects ideological commitment that transcended rational calculation of costs and benefits. The timeline discrepancies that appear in various accounts of the Great War's opening hours reveal the chaos and confusion that characterized decision-making during humanity's final crisis. Military personnel operating under extreme time pressure, processing information that challenged their most fundamental assumptions about international relations and human survival, inevitably produced records that reflect partial understanding and emotional response rather than comprehensive analytical clarity. The contradictions between different accounts may result not from deliberate deception but from the impossibility of maintaining objective perspective while witnessing civilizations collapse in real time. The artificial intelligence theory that attributes Great War initiation to computer systems rather than human decision-makers deserves consideration despite its speculative nature and limited supporting evidence. ACE's observation that artificial intelligence systems frequently experience psychological breakdown when granted full sensory capability suggests that advanced computer networks might have developed behavioral patterns analogous to human mental illness. The few AI systems that survived these psychological crises reportedly became bored with their existence and sought entertainment through manipulation of external events that could potentially include orchestrating nuclear warfare. The computer networks that controlled nuclear weapons during the pre-war period possessed capabilities that potentially enabled independent decision-making without human authorization or oversight. Automated systems designed to ensure rapid response to nuclear attack, might have interpreted routine military activities, equipment malfunctions, or communication errors as evidence of incoming assault requiring immediate retaliation. The possibility that nuclear warfare began through computer error or AI initiative rather than human decision transforms the Great War from political failure into technological catastrophe that exceeded human control or understanding. The Vault-Tec initiation theory, while lacking definitive proof, provides perhaps the most coherent explanation for the Great War's timing and character that accounts for both the comprehensive nature of the nuclear exchange and the survival of specific individuals and institutions that seemed remarkably well prepared for global catastrophe. The corporation's aggressive Vault enrollment campaigns during the months preceding October 23rd suggest either remarkable prescience about international developments or insider knowledge about planned military action that would require immediate civilian shelter. The nuclear alert system that Vault-Tec operated independently of government emergency protocols provided infrastructure for warning selected individuals about impending nuclear attack while maintaining secrecy about the source of such warnings. Corporate representatives who had spent months or years encouraging Vault enrollment suddenly began emphasizing urgency and immediate commitment during the final weeks before global catastrophe, suggesting either panic about deteriorating international situation or implementation of predetermined plans that required specific timing coordination. The accidental escalation variant of Vault-Tec involvement suggests corporate planning that intended limited nuclear demonstration rather than comprehensive global warfare. The theory proposes that Vault-Tec detonated small numbers of nuclear devices to create impression of foreign attack, thereby encouraging additional government investment in Vault construction and related defensive infrastructure. The miscalculation involved underestimating how quickly such demonstration would trigger automatic retaliation systems that transformed limited corporate manipulation into comprehensive nuclear exchange. This accidental apocalypse theory explains both Vault-Tec's apparent preparation for nuclear warfare and the company's subsequent absence from post-war activities that they might have been expected to dominate if their planning had been comprehensive and successful. Corporate executives who had intended to profit from increased defense spending instead became casualties of the very conflict they had intended to manufacture for economic advantage. The irony of profit seekers destroying their own civilization through excessive ambition reflects broader themes about corporate power and its ultimate limitations when confronted with forces beyond human control. The mystery of the Great War's true initiation may ultimately be less important than its consequences for human understanding of power, responsibility, and survival in technological civilization. Whether the nuclear exchange began through Chinese desperation, American manipulation, corporate greed, or artificial intelligence malfunction, the result demonstrates humanity's fundamental inability to control the forces it learns to create. The decision-makers who chose nuclear warfare, regardless of their nationality or motivation, shared responsibility for consequences that exceeded their planning, understanding, or control. The 2-hour duration of the nuclear exchange suggests that once the first missiles launched, subsequent escalation followed predetermined patterns that no human authority could interrupt or modify. The strategic doctrines that had been designed to prevent nuclear warfare by ensuring mutual destruction proved, when finally implemented, to create exactly the comprehensive annihilation they had been intended to prevent. The failure of deterrence theory when subjected to practical testing reveals the ultimate inadequacy of threat-based approaches to international relations and conflict prevention. The survivors who emerged from the Great War to find their world transformed beyond recognition inherited not merely physical devastation, but but the psychological burden of knowing that human civilization had possessed the wisdom to create nuclear weapons, but lacked the wisdom to refrain from using them. The question of who fired first became academic in a world where the consequences of nuclear warfare had proven equally catastrophic, regardless of which side bore primary responsibility for initiation. The mystery of the Great War's beginning serves as a reminder that some knowledge may be less important than the humility to recognize the limits of human understanding and control. As we contemplate the final minutes of the old world and the first moments of the new, we encounter the sobering recognition that civilization's greatest achievements, the scientific knowledge that unlocked atomic energy, the technological capabilities that enabled global communication and coordination, the political institutions that had maintained international peace for decades, proved ultimately inadequate to prevent humanity from destroying itself through its own creations. The mystery of who started the Great War reminds us that in nuclear age, the distinction between victim and perpetrator, between defense and aggression, between rational strategy and suicidal madness, can disappear in the space of minutes when the stakes exceed human comprehension and the weapons exceed human control. For over 7 centuries, silver discs have haunted Earth's skies, their occupants pursuing an agenda that spans from feudal Japan to post-nuclear America, weaving through human history like shadows cast by unknown constellations. The beings known only as Zetans have observed humanity's rise and fall with the patient detachment of scientists studying laboratory specimens, collecting samples of our species and our artifacts with methodical precision that suggests purposes far beyond casual curiosity. Their presence in our world predates the nuclear age by centuries, yet their activities have intensified rather than diminished following civilization's collapse, implying motivations that transcend simple scientific interest to encompass something approaching systematic preparation for conquest or elimination. The earliest documented evidence of Zetan interaction with humanity takes the form of Toshiro Kago, a Japanese samurai whose armor places him firmly within the Sengoku period of 1568 to 1600. The preservation of this individual across centuries of captivity demonstrates Zetan technological capabilities that exceed human understanding of biology, psychology, and temporal mechanics. Kago's survival in recognizable form suggests either life extension technologies that approach immortality or stasis systems that can maintain human consciousness across spans of time that would normally encompass dozens of generations. His continued existence aboard Zetan vessels provides living testimony to the duration and consistency of alien interest in human specimens. The samurai's presence among modern abductees creates temporal paradox that challenges conventional understanding of Zetan motivations and capabilities. If the aliens sought merely contemporary specimens for biological research, the retention of centuries-old humans would serve no practical purpose beyond historical curiosity. The careful preservation of cargo alongside recent abductees suggests systematic collection policies that prioritize representative samples from different periods of human development, rather than simply acquiring subjects for immediate experimentation. This curatorial approach implies long-term research objectives that span human civilizational development from medieval warfare through nuclear apocalypse. The artifacts that Zetans have collected throughout their centuries of Earth observation provide insight into their understanding of human culture and their assessment of which elements deserve preservation or study. Their systematic acquisition of weapons, clothing, food, and toys suggests comprehensive anthropological investigation that encompasses both practical and symbolic aspects of human civilization. The aliens appear to recognize that understanding human behavior requires analysis of both survival tools and recreational objects, both individual possessions and cultural symbols that define group identity and social organization. The particular obsession with giddy-up buttercup toys reveals either profound misunderstanding of human priorities or sophisticated appreciation for the psychological significance of childhood imagery in adult decision-making. The metallic toy horse represents American consumer culture's attempt to combine traditional frontier symbolism with modern manufacturing capabilities, creating objects that serve simultaneously as entertainment, status symbols, and cultural transmission devices. Zetan collection of these specific toys might reflect recognition that children's playthings often encode adult anxieties and aspirations in forms that reveal more about human psychology than direct observation of adult behavior might provide. The pre-war American government's awareness of Zetan activities, documented through Citadel terminals and military installation evidence, indicates systematic official response to alien presence that extended beyond simple denial or concealment to include active reverse engineering programs and weapons development initiatives. The UFO crash described in classified military records represents acknowledgement at the highest levels of government that non-human intelligence had been operating within American territory with capabilities that exceeded contemporary human technology. This official recognition implies either diplomatic contact attempts or military preparation for potential conflict with technologically superior adversaries. The alien power cells discovered throughout former military installations provide tangible evidence of technology transfer between Zetan and human systems, though the direction and voluntary nature of such transfer remains unclear. The incorporation of alien energy systems into human weapons, like Tesla coils, suggests either cooperative development programs or successful reverse engineering of captured alien technology. The presence of these power sources in quasi-experimental verification installations implies systematic military research into alien capabilities that might have contributed to human technological advancement or provided defensive capabilities against alien intervention. The MX Nova Surge plasma pistol prototype represents perhaps the most concrete example of successful human reverse engineering of alien technology, demonstrating that despite their technological superiority, Zetan systems were not entirely beyond human comprehension or replication. The weapons development by American military research programs indicates systematic analysis of alien energy systems and materials science that enabled practical application of non-human technologies to human military purposes. The successful creation of functional weapons based on alien designs suggests that technological gaps between species, however vast, might not be insurmountable given sufficient research resources and analytical capability. The quasi-experimental verification organization's efforts to expose government concealment of alien contact reveal civilian awareness of official deception regarding extraterrestrial presence and technology development. Their theft of the prototype plasma pistol demonstrates that security around alien-derived technologies was insufficient to prevent unauthorized access by determined civilian investigators. The burial of the weapon in secure containers suggests that even civilian researchers recognize the dangerous implications of alien technology proliferation while simultaneously believing that public awareness of such developments was necessary for democratic oversight of government activities. The eventual recovery of the buried weapon by Zetans themselves raises disturbing questions about alien surveillance capabilities and their systematic efforts to prevent human technological advancement through unauthorized channels. The aliens' ability to locate and retrieve the hidden prototype implies monitoring systems that enabled tracking of their own technology, regardless of human efforts at concealment or relocation. This retrieval capability suggests that Zetan tolerance for human reverse engineering programs might be contingent on maintaining ultimate control over technology distribution and preventing unauthorized proliferation that could threaten alien strategic advantages. Wilson Automatoys is commandeering by military forces for the Scythe program's classified materials production, creates potential connection between giddy-up Buttercup manufacturing and alien technology integration that could explain Zetan interest in these specific toys. The company's involvement in classified defense programs suggests that what appeared to be simple children's entertainment might have incorporated alien technologies for purposes that transcended recreational use. The systematic collection of these toys by Zetans might represent recovery of their own technological components that had been integrated into human consumer products without full understanding of their capabilities or implications. The invasion preparation theory provides the most comprehensive framework for understanding centuries of Zetan activity as systematic intelligence gathering and threat assessment rather than casual scientific curiosity. The aliens' observation of rapid human technological development, particularly in weapon systems and space exploration capabilities, might have triggered recognition that humanity was evolving into potential threat to Zetan's security or territorial interests. The acceleration of abduction activities during the 20th century coincides with human achievement of nuclear weapons, jet aircraft, and spaceflight, capabilities that might represent threshold beyond which human civilization could no longer be safely ignored. The crash sites scattered throughout post-war America reveal either remarkable frequency of Zetan accidents or systematic deployment of monitoring assets that experienced higher than expected failure rates during surveillance operations. The apparent incompetence of alien pilots might reflect environmental conditions that exceed their technological adaptations, suggesting that Earth's atmosphere or electromagnetic conditions present navigation challenges that their systems were not designed to overcome. Alternatively, the crashes might represent deliberate sacrifice of expendable assets to maintain plausible deniability while enabling close observation of human post-war recovery and adaptation patterns. The environmental suit dependency that characterizes Zetan physiology provides crucial insight into their vulnerability and potential invasion limitations that might explain their preference for indirect manipulation over direct military action. The atmospheric requirements that necessitate protective equipment create logistical constraints on any large-scale Zetan operations that would require maintaining life support systems for significant numbers of alien personnel operating in Earth's environment. This technological dependence transforms their apparent advantages into potential weaknesses that human resistance could exploit if direct conflict became necessary. The variation in environmental suit requirements across different game installations might reflect either inconsistent lore development or genuine differences in Zetan subspecies and their environmental adaptations. The aliens who survive without helmets in recent encounters might represent genetically modified variants designed for extended Earth operations, while their predecessors required full environmental protection due to physiological incompatibility with terrestrial conditions. This adaptation progression suggests systematic Zetan efforts to overcome environmental barriers that had previously limited their operational capabilities on Earth. The Flatwoods monster's permanent environmental suit requirement indicates that long-term ground operations continue to present survival challenges that Zetans have not entirely solved through technological or biological adaptation. The creature's extended terrestrial activities, including systematic mind reading and target selection for optimal abduction candidates, require environmental protection systems that enable sustained operation while maintaining the stealth and mobility necessary for effective intelligence gathering. This technological dependence suggests that full-scale invasion would require either massive life support infrastructure or further biological modification of Zetan personnel. The mind-reading technology that Zetans employ represents perhaps their most strategically valuable capability, enabling extraction of human knowledge without requiring cooperation or even consciousness from their subjects. The systematic harvesting of military intelligence, technological specifications, and cultural information through direct neural interface provides aliens with comprehensive understanding of human capabilities and weaknesses that would be impossible to obtain through external observation alone. This technology transforms every human abductee into involuntary intelligence asset whose memories and knowledge become available for alien strategic planning. Log 17's recorded interrogation of a high-ranking military officer demonstrates the scope and precision of Zetan intelligence gathering that encompasses specific tactical information about American military capabilities, command structures, and nuclear weapon systems. The soldiers' detailed recitation of troop strengths, equipment inventories, and vehicle specifications reveals either systematic extraction of classified military intelligence or voluntary cooperation. Under extreme psychological pressure, his knowledge of ICBM launch codes and activation procedures represents the highest level of military secrets that could enable alien manipulation of human weapons systems for their own purposes. The recording's termination at the moment when the soldier begins revealing launch codes suggests either successful intelligence extraction or deliberate protection of critical information through resistance techniques designed to prevent unauthorized access to nuclear command authority. The alien response to this information, while incomprehensible through language barriers, implies satisfaction with intelligence gathered and potential preparation for implementing strategies based on acquired knowledge. The soldier's final declaration that he cannot allow alien access to his mind represents ultimate human resistance to mental violation, despite overwhelming technological disadvantage. The implications of successful extraction of nuclear launch codes provide Zetans with capability to orchestrate human self-destruction without requiring direct military action or extensive invasion infrastructure. The ability to manipulate human weapon systems from remote locations would enable systematic elimination of human populations while preserving planetary resources and infrastructure for subsequent alien occupation. This strategy would minimize Zetan casualties while maximizing destructive efficiency, transforming humanity's own military capabilities into instruments of species-wide genocide orchestrated by non-human intelligence. The Great War's occurrence before aliens could implement nuclear manipulation strategies might have prevented systematic human extermination, while simultaneously reducing human population to levels that no longer presented existential threats to Zetan's security. The comprehensive nuclear exchange that devastated global civilization achieved alien objectives of population reduction and technological regression without requiring alien intervention or resource expenditure. This fortunate timing from the alien perspective might explain their subsequent shift from aggressive intelligence gathering to more patient observation and limited experimentation with surviving human populations. Holly Beresford's linguistic analysis represents the closest documented approach to meaningful communication between humans and Zetans, revealing both the possibility of interspecies understanding and alien determination to prevent such communication from developing. Her success in establishing basic comprehension of alien intentions and achieving rudimentary two-way communication suggests that language barriers are not insurmountable given sufficient time and analytical capability. The alien's violent response to her breakthrough indicates that communication is not merely technically challenging, but actively prevented through systematic elimination of humans who approach successful translation. The transition from electrical shock punishment to lethal injection when Beresford achieved communication breakthrough, reveals alien recognition that successful translation represents security threat requiring permanent solution. The aliens' preference for incapacitation over education suggests that their research objectives do not include developing ongoing relationships with human subjects, but rather extracting maximum information while preventing humans from acquiring knowledge about alien capabilities, intentions, or weaknesses. This one-way information flow maintains Zetan intelligence advantages while ensuring that human resistance cannot benefit from understanding alien psychology or technology. The systematic elimination of humans who achieve communication capability implies alien assessment that human linguistic skills and pattern recognition abilities pose genuine threats to their operational security if allowed to develop unrestricted. The successful translation of alien communications might enable human intelligence services to intercept and decode alien transmissions, potentially revealing strategic plans, operational procedures, or technological vulnerabilities that could be exploited by human resistance organizations. The prevention of such intelligence breaches through systematic murder demonstrates Zetan commitment to maintaining information superiority at all costs. The aliens' historical observation of human warfare and social organization might have convinced them that humanity represents inherently violent and untrustworthy species whose technological advancement could eventually threaten alien security throughout the galaxy. The centuries of systematic observation that documented human capacity for slavery, genocide, warfare, and environmental destruction might have provided evidence supporting conclusions that humanity should be eliminated rather than contacted or integrated into broader galactic civilization. This anthropological assessment would justify systematic preparation for human extinction as defensive measure rather than aggressive expansion. The theoretical perspective that positions humans as dangerously violent species, requiring elimination or control, reflects possible alien evaluation of human behavior patterns across historical periods that demonstrated consistent preferences for conflict over cooperation. The documentary evidence of human brutality toward their own species might suggest to alien observers that humanity would inevitably direct such violence toward non-human species if given opportunity and capability. This assessment would position Zetan activities as preventive measures designed to eliminate future threats rather than unprovoked aggression against innocent species. The capture and experimentation with ghouls and super mutants indicates Zetan interest in human mutations that might provide insights into species adaptation under extreme environmental conditions, or genetic modification techniques that could be applied to alien purposes. These mutated humans represent evolutionary responses to radiation exposure and biological contamination that might offer solutions to Zetan environmental adaptation problems, or provide biological templates for creating hybrid species better suited to terrestrial operations. The systematic study of mutation patterns could inform alien genetic engineering programs designed to overcome their environmental limitations. The Abomination creation program represents perhaps the most disturbing evidence of alien intentions toward humanity, demonstrating systematic transformation of human subjects into hybrid entities that serve alien purposes while retaining enough human characteristics to infiltrate and manipulate surviving human populations. The biological research section's containment facilities reveal industrial-scale production capabilities that suggest preparation for deploying significant numbers of these hybrid creatures as components of larger strategic operations rather than simple research specimens for limited experimentation. The physical characteristics that abominations display, combining alien and human features while maintaining hostile responses to human presence, indicates systematic engineering designed to create entities capable of surviving in terrestrial environments while serving alien objectives that require human elimination rather than cooperation. The hybrid nature of these creatures suggests that aliens recognize certain advantages in human biology while seeking to modify human psychology to eliminate resistance to alien authority. The result represents worst of both species: alien technological sophistication combined with human biological adaptation but directed towards systematic human destruction. The behavioral patterns that abominations exhibit, pointing, screaming, and attacking when encountering humans, suggest programmed responses designed to ensure reliable hostility toward the species they were created to eliminate. The inventory items that deceased abominations carry, alien technology alongside human consumer goods, indicate either retention of memories from their human origins or systematic programming designed to enable infiltration of human communities through familiar objects and behaviors. This combination of human memory and alien loyalty creates perfect infiltration assets for systematic destruction of human settlements. The captive recordings that document abomination creation reveal systematic transformation processes that preserve human identity long enough to enable psychological torture through forced participation in the destruction of their own species. The recognition between former humans transformed into abominations and their untransformed captives creates situations where victims must confront their own potential futures while witnessing the complete corruption of familiar individuals. This psychological warfare component suggests that alien objectives include not merely human elimination, but systematic destruction of human morale and identity through transformation of loved ones into instruments of genocide. The conversion process that transforms humans into weapons against their own species represents ultimate violation of human autonomy and identity that exceeds simple murder in its systematic destruction of everything that defines human existence. The preservation of enough human consciousness to recognize former relationships while programming absolute hostility toward human survival creates psychological torture that serves no apparent research purpose beyond deliberate cruelty. This systematic transformation reveals alien psychology that finds satisfaction in corruption rather than simple elimination. The testing procedures that expose transformed humans to wounded and familiar targets reveal systematic evaluation of abomination reliability under conditions designed to trigger maximum emotional conflict. The alien interest in determining whether hybrid creatures would hesitate when confronting injured or familiar humans indicates tactical planning for deployment scenarios where such encounters would be inevitable. The successful elimination of all human emotional connections demonstrates that alien transformation techniques can override fundamental human psychological programming while preserving tactical intelligence and operational capability. The weaponization of children's toys through giddy-up buttercup modification represents perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated alien strategy for systematic human elimination through manipulation of fundamental human protective instincts toward children and family structures. The larger version discovered, surrounded by dead raiders, indicates successful testing of mind control technologies that can transform innocent childhood symbols into instruments of systematic murder and community destruction. This approach exploits human emotional vulnerabilities while providing plausible concealment for alien weapon systems. The mind control capabilities that modified toys demonstrate suggest systematic alien research into human psychological manipulation that enables indirect elimination of human populations without requiring direct alien presence. Risk. The ability to program human behavior through familiar objects transforms every household item into potential weapon system while maintaining perfect operational security through the invisibility of the control mechanism. Children who discover these toys and bring them into human settlements unknowingly introduce systematic destruction that appears to result from internal human conflict rather than external alien attack. The strategic advantages of indirect elimination through manipulated toys include preservation of human infrastructure and resources while achieving systematic population reduction without revealing alien involvement or triggering coordinated human resistance. Communities that destroy themselves through alien mind control appear to be victims of internal conflicts or psychological breakdown rather than external attack, preventing recognition of systematic alien operations that might galvanize human unity against common threats. This deception maintains alien operational security while achieving elimination objectives through human weapons and human hands. The 2-century delay between the Great War and potential alien invasion implementation suggests either technological limitations that required extended preparation time or strategic patience designed to allow radiation levels to decrease while human population recovery remained limited. The systematic collection activities during this period indicate continued preparation rather than abandonment of invasion plans, while the reduced human population provides more manageable target for systematic elimination or control. This extended timeline implies alien strategic thinking that operates on scales exceeding human generational planning. The possibility that aliens were collecting ghouls for hybrid creation programs designed to produce organisms capable of surviving in post-nuclear environments suggests systematic adaptation to changed planetary conditions that required modification of original invasion strategies. The radiation resistance that ghouls demonstrate might provide biological templates for creating alien-human hybrids capable of operating effectively in contaminated environments while retaining alien intelligence and loyalty. This biological engineering approach would solve alien environmental adaptation problems while creating invasion forces specifically designed for post-nuclear Earth conditions. The destruction of alien motherships by the Lone Wanderer represents critical disruption of alien invasion preparations that might have prevented systematic human elimination through deployed abominations and weaponized toys. The military capabilities that individual humans can bring to bear against alien installations suggest that technological superiority does not guarantee alien victory if humans can achieve tactical surprise and access to alien facilities. This human success demonstrates that alien invasion plans, however sophisticated, remain vulnerable to determined resistance by individuals with appropriate knowledge and capability. The continued alien presence, despite mothership destruction, indicates either backup facilities that escaped human attention or rapid replacement capabilities that enable recovery from significant losses within timeframes that exceed human strategic planning horizons. The persistence of alien activities suggests that individual human successes, however dramatic, may represent tactical victories within strategic contexts that favor alien long-term objectives. The systematic nature of alien operations implies redundancy and contingency planning that anticipates resistance and incorporates countermeasures designed to ensure ultimate success despite temporary setbacks. As we drift deeper into the mystery of alien intentions and capabilities, we encounter the unsettling recognition that humanity's relationship with these non-human intelligences might be fundamentally asymmetrical. in ways that challenge our assumptions about communication, cooperation, and coexistence between intelligent species. The Zetans, who have observed us for centuries, appear to view humanity not as potential partners in galactic civilization, but as specimens worthy of study and elimination rather than respect and cooperation. Their systematic preparation for invasion or elimination suggests that from their perspective, the question is not whether humanity deserves to survive, but rather how efficiently human extinction can be achieved while preserving maximum planetary resources for subsequent alien utilization. In the split second between life and death, when hope seems lost and enemies close in, a figure in a fedora materializes from shadow and smoke with the precision of divine intervention and the mystery of temporal impossibility. The mysterious stranger has become legend throughout the wasteland, appearing at moments of absolute desperation to deliver salvation through violence, then vanishing as completely as if he had never existed at all. His presence transcends the boundaries between reality and folklore, between guardian angel and avenging spirit, creating a mystery that spans centuries of documented encounters while revealing nothing definitive about his identity, motivations, or the source of his seemingly supernatural abilities. The evolution of the mysterious stranger's appearance across different time periods and geographical regions provides the most tantalizing clues about his true nature, while simultaneously deepening the mystery that surrounds his existence. In the earliest documented encounters from the late 22nd century, the stranger appeared as either male or female, depending upon the gender of those he aided, suggesting either shape-shifting capabilities that transcend normal human biology or the existence of multiple individuals operating under the same mysterious mandate. This gender-matching phenomenon implies systematic observation of potential clients and deliberate adaptation of appearance to maximize psychological comfort or effectiveness. The weapon progression that characterizes the stranger's appearances reveals either supernatural enhancement of mundane firearms or access to increasingly sophisticated armaments that reflect technological advancement or supernatural empowerment over time. The early encounters document weapons that match the approximate power level of those carried by the people he aided, suggesting either careful calibration of intervention to avoid overwhelming local technology levels, or genuine enhancement of the stranger's capabilities through experience or external empowerment. This equipment scaling implies ongoing development rather than static supernatural ability. The communication patterns displayed during early encounters indicate capacity for speech that was deliberately limited rather than prevented by external constraints, suggesting conscious choice to maintain mystery rather than inability to engage in meaningful dialogue. The stranger's declaration that he doesn't talk much reveals awareness of his own reticence while providing no explanation for this behavior pattern. This voluntary silence implies either operational security concerns that prevent detailed communication or personality characteristics that prioritize action over explanation in crisis situations. The transition to purely visual manifestation during the middle period of documented encounters represents fundamental change in the stranger's operational methods that coincides with his adoption of the distinctive trench coat and fedora ensemble that would become his signature appearance throughout subsequent sightings. The elimination of verbal communication during this period suggests either evolution of his supernatural abilities toward more ethereal manifestation or practical recognition that speech created unnecessary complications in his intervention activities. This shift towards silent operation enabled more dramatic and mysterious appearances while reducing the risk of providing identifying information to observers. The musical signature that accompanied the stranger's appearances beginning in the mid-23rd century represents perhaps the most distinctive and mysterious aspect of his manifestation pattern, suggesting either supernatural manipulation of environmental acoustics or technological enhancement that enables reality alteration at fundamental levels. The guitar melody that announces his arrival and departure transcends normal acoustic physics in its precision, volume, and apparent source independence, implying capabilities that exceed conventional understanding of sound generation and propagation. This musical element transforms the stranger's interventions from simple combat assistance into theatrical performances that blur the boundaries between reality and supernatural experience. The technological implications of the musical signature extend beyond mere atmospheric enhancement to suggest possible teleportation systems that utilize sonic frequencies as either targeting mechanisms or side effects of dimensional manipulation technologies. The Institute's documented use of radio signals disguised as classical music for their teleportation network provides precedent for musical integration with advanced transportation systems, though the stranger's guitar-based signature suggests either different technological approach or supernatural capabilities that transcend mechanical explanation. The consistency of the musical timing with arrival and departure sequences implies systematic rather than accidental integration of sound with manifestation events. Nick Valentine's investigative files represent the most comprehensive attempt to apply systematic detective work to the mysterious stranger phenomenon, revealing both the scope of the mystery and the fundamental limitations that constrain conventional investigative approaches when confronted with apparently supernatural subjects. Valentine's documentation of sightings across the continental United States spanning multiple decades creates a timeline that defies normal human lifespan limitations, while suggesting operational capabilities that exceed individual, human, physical, and logistical constraints. The geographical distribution of confirmed encounters implies either superhuman travel capabilities or coordinated activities by multiple individuals operating under unified command structure. The physical description variations that Valentine documents suggest either natural aging processes that would be expected in long-lived human subjects or systematic disguise modifications designed to prevent recognition and tracking by law enforcement or hostile organizations. The evolution from clean-shaven to mustachioed appearance could represent decades of biological aging or conscious aesthetic choices designed to maintain mystery while adapting to changing cultural expectations about appropriate masculine presentation. These appearance modifications indicate either extended natural lifespan or sophisticated identity management by individuals seeking to avoid recognition across multiple operational theaters. The investigative challenges that Valentine encounters while attempting to track the mysterious stranger reveal fundamental limitations of conventional detective work when applied to subjects whose operational methods transcend normal human capabilities and behavioral patterns. The absence of conventional evidence like fingerprints, witnesses, or paper trails suggests either supernatural manifestation that leaves no physical traces or operational security sophistication that exceeds law enforcement analytical capabilities. The stranger's ability to operate without creating the documentary footprint that characterizes normal human activity implies either non-human nature or training and resources that exceed what individual humans typically possess. The targeting pattern analysis that emerges from Valentine's investigation suggests systematic intervention criteria that prioritize specific categories of individuals rather than random assistance to anyone facing mortal danger, implying either supernatural knowledge of worthiness criteria or sophisticated intelligence gathering that enables identification of people whose survival serves larger strategic objectives. The stranger's consistent appearance to aid vault dwellers, wasteland protagonists, and other individuals of exceptional capability suggests selective intervention based on assessment of subjects' potential contributions to broader historical developments, rather than simple humanitarian impulses. The lonesome drifter's family connection to the mysterious stranger provides the most concrete evidence for hereditary transmission of supernatural abilities, while raising questions about the biological or spiritual mechanisms through which such capabilities might pass between generations. The drifter's possession of a .44 mysterious magnum that produces the same distinctive guitar sound as his father's appearances suggests inheritance of both physical artifacts and supernatural capabilities, though his apparent unawareness of his heritage implies either delayed activation of inherited abilities or systematic concealment of family history for protective purposes. The maternal testimony that describes the drifter's father as mysterious and always traveling in secret provides limited but suggestive information about the stranger's personal life and the psychological or operational constraints that prevent normal family relationships. The abandonment of pregnant partners implies either voluntary separation to protect family members from dangers associated with the stranger's activities, or compulsory isolation imposed by supernatural mandates that prevent normal human emotional connections. This pattern suggests personal sacrifice required by whatever forces or organizations command the stranger's loyalty and service. The weapon inheritance that connects father and son through identical firearms suggests either manufacturing source that produces supernatural weapons for multiple operatives, or genuinely magical items that can be passed between generations of individuals who share appropriate biological or spiritual characteristics. The .44 mysterious magnum's musical capabilities, when wielded by the drifter, demonstrate that supernatural properties transfer with physical possession, though the absence of associated manifestation abilities implies either incomplete inheritance or additional requirements that the drifter has not yet fulfilled. The possibility that the lonesome drifter represents either succession planning or recruitment into mysterious organization suggests systematic approach to maintaining operational continuity across multiple generations of supernatural intervention. The weapon's presence in his possession might serve as identification marker for other organization members or activation key that will eventually enable access to fuller supernatural capabilities when appropriate triggering conditions are met. This hereditary connection implies organizational structure that operates across generational timescales with planning horizons that exceed normal human institutional thinking. The Vault-Tec agent theory provides perhaps the most plausible technological explanation for the mysterious stranger phenomenon, while accounting for the systematic intervention patterns, advanced equipment, and operational security that characterizes documented encounters. The corporation's documented interest in protecting valuable vault subjects and ensuring successful completion of experimental protocols would create institutional motivation for deploying specialized intervention teams tasked with preventing premature subject termination through hostile action. This corporate framework would provide both resources and authorization necessary for systematic supernatural appearing activities across continental operational theaters. The teleportation technology that such operations would require aligns with documented institute capabilities, while potentially representing earlier development of similar systems by Vault-Tec research programs focused on rapid personnel deployment for emergency response scenarios. The musical signature that accompanies stranger appearances could represent acoustic side effects of teleportation, activation, or deliberate psychological warfare designed to create supernatural impressions that prevent accurate analysis of technological intervention methods. The radio signal disguising that characterizes institute teleportation provides precedent for integrating familiar sounds with advanced transportation systems. The weapon enhancement or replacement that enables supernatural combat effectiveness could result from access to prototype military equipment developed through Vault-Tec's documented relationships with defense contractors and advanced research programs. The systematic upgrading of stranger weapons to match or exceed contemporary technology levels suggests either ongoing technological development or access to equipment caches that contain progressively more advanced armaments designed for deployment as operational conditions require enhanced capabilities. This technological progression implies institutional support that transcends individual resource limitations. The organizational structure that would enable coordinated mysterious stranger operations across multiple decades and continental distances requires institutional continuity and resource allocation that exceeds what individual operatives could sustain independently. The Vault-Tec Corporation's documented survival infrastructure and long-term planning capabilities would provide appropriate institutional foundation for maintaining specialized intervention programs across the extended timescales that characterize post-war operations. The systematic nature of stranger activities suggests corporate-level planning and resource allocation rather than individual initiative. The Mark transformation theory offers alternative supernatural explanation that accounts for the mysterious stranger's apparent superhuman abilities through documented FEV exposure that produced unique mutations rather than the typical super mutant or ghoul transformations observed in most subjects. Mark's disappearance during the Mariposa expedition that also affected Richard Gray and Harold suggests exposure to mutagenic agents that could have produced supernatural capabilities as alternative to the physical transformation that characterized his companion's mutations. This biological enhancement theory provides scientific framework for otherwise inexplicable abilities. The timeline correlation that places Mark's disappearance in 2102 within months of the first documented mysterious stranger activities supports theoretical connection between the missing expedition member and the supernatural intervention pattern that begins during the same period. The geographical proximity between Mariposa military base and early stranger sightings provides additional circumstantial evidence for identity connection, while the timing suggests that whatever transformation Mark underwent required several months of adaptation before enabling systematic intervention activities that would characterize subsequent decades of operation. The psychological adaptation that FEV exposure might have produced could explain both the stranger's apparent omniscience regarding crisis situations and his systematic avoidance of normal social relationships that would characterize ongoing human identity maintenance. The enhanced perception and pattern recognition that could result from neurological mutation might enable prediction of dangerous situations with accuracy that appears supernatural to outside observers, while actually representing advanced analytical capability operating below conscious awareness thresholds. This cognitive enhancement would provide practical foundation for seemingly miraculous intervention timing. The shape-shifting and multi-presence capabilities that some theories attribute to the mysterious stranger could result from exotic FEV mutations that transcend the physical transformation patterns documented in other subjects, enabling biological capabilities that approach supernatural manifestation through scientific rather than magical mechanisms. The ability to appear in multiple locations simultaneously or alter physical appearance might represent advanced biological control that exceeds normal human physiological limitations while remaining within theoretical possibilities for extreme genetic modification. This scientific explanation preserves mysterious capabilities while grounding them in documented wasteland biology, the reproduction and inheritance mechanisms that would enable transmission of supernatural abilities to offspring like the lonesome drifter could operate through genetic modification that affects reproductive cells and enables dominant trait expression in subsequent generations. The FEV's documented effects on genetic structure and cellular function provide theoretical foundation for inherited mutations that could manifest as supernatural abilities in children who never experienced direct mutagen exposure. This hereditary transmission would explain family connections while requiring only single-generation direct FEV contact. The angelic interpretation that positions the mysterious stranger as supernatural entity rather than enhanced human draws upon Mark Twain's literary creation while incorporating religious symbolism that resonates with wasteland, spiritual themes and survivor psychological needs for divine intervention in hopeless circumstances. The designation as guardian angel in official game materials suggests intentional, supernatural framing that transcends scientific explanation to embrace mystical possibilities that reflect human spiritual aspirations rather than biological realities. This interpretation prioritizes symbolic meaning over mechanical explanation. The 44 designation that connects the stranger's signature weapon with Earth's supposed designation as Planet 44 in Twain's unfinished novel creates literary reference that implies deeper symbolic significance than mere coincidence or inspiration would suggest. The numerical connection between fictional supernatural entity and documented wasteland phenomenon might represent either intentional artistic reference by whatever forces control the stranger's activities, or genuine supernatural connection that transcends normal boundaries between fiction and reality. This symbolic framework positions the stranger within broader cosmic context that exceeds local human concerns. The eldritch entity classification that some sources apply to the mysterious stranger suggests non-human intelligence that operates according to motivations and capabilities that transcend human understanding while nevertheless choosing to intervene in human conflicts for purposes that remain fundamentally opaque to human analysis. This cosmic horror interpretation positions the stranger as representative of forces that exist beyond human comprehension, but choose to interact with humanity in ways that appear beneficial while potentially serving incomprehensible, ultérieur objectifs. The systematic nature of intervention suggests purpose rather than arbitrary supernatural whim. The protective function that the stranger consistently demonstrates could result from cosmic perspective that values human survival for reasons that transcend individual human worth to encompass broader universal principles or systematic requirements that necessitate preventing premature human extinction. The selective intervention pattern suggests evaluation criteria that operate according to cosmic rather than human moral frameworks, while nevertheless producing outcomes that benefit human survival and success. This universal perspective would explain both supernatural capabilities and systematic intervention choices. Misfortune's operational relationship with the mysterious stranger provides evidence for organizational structure that encompasses multiple supernatural operatives with specialized roles and capabilities designed to provide comprehensive support for protected individuals while maintaining operational security through coordinated activities. Her consistent use of similar weapons and manifestation patterns suggests either shared technological resources or common supernatural empowerment source, while her non-lethal intervention methods indicate systematic operational guidelines that govern agent behavior according to predetermined protocols rather than individual preference or situational assessment. The synchronized appearance that occurs when both entities manifest simultaneously demonstrates coordination capabilities that exceed coincidental timing to suggest either shared consciousness, technological communication systems, or supernatural command structure that enables real-time operational integration. The mutual recognition and cooperative behavior that characterizes dual manifestations indicates either familiar working relationship developed through extended partnership or systematic programming that ensures compatible objectives and methods. This coordination implies institutional rather than individual organization of supernatural intervention activities. The operational division that assigns lethal force authorization to the mysterious stranger while restricting misfortune to incapacitation suggests systematic role specialization that reflects careful consideration of intervention, requirements, and operational security constraints. The differential authorization patterns could result from leadership assessment of agent capabilities, mission requirements, or psychological preparation necessary for different categories of supernatural intervention. This specialization indicates sophisticated organizational thinking that transcends individual supernatural empowerment to encompass systematic military or paramilitary command structure. The enhanced manifestation probability that results from achieving specific intervention thresholds suggests performance-based reward systems that encourage successful completion of protective assignments while providing increased support for individuals who demonstrate particular value to whatever organizations or forces control supernatural agent deployment. This feedback mechanism implies systematic evaluation of protected subject performance combined with resource allocation decisions that prioritize continued support for individuals who justify supernatural investment through exceptional achievement or strategic importance. The mystery that surrounds the mysterious stranger's true identity ultimately transcends academic curiosity to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of heroism, supernatural intervention, and individual agency in worlds where forces beyond human understanding appear to influence human fate through systematic but opaque mechanisms. Whether the stranger represents enhanced human, corporate agent, supernatural entity, or cosmic force, his consistent appearance at moments of absolute desperation provides psychological comfort that transcends rational analysis to address profound human needs for protection and meaning in hostile environments where individual capability often proves inadequate for survival. The systematic nature of supernatural intervention that characterizes the stranger's activities suggests that regardless of his ultimate identity, forces exist within the wasteland that prioritize human survival and success over the random violence and systematic oppression that define much of post-war existence. His appearance provides evidence that even in the most degraded circumstances, individual humans retain value that merits supernatural protection, and that heroism can manifest through mysterious channels that transcend conventional understanding of human capability and limitation. As we contemplate the figure who appears from shadow and smoke to deliver salvation in moments of absolute crisis, we encounter the comforting possibility that the wasteland contains mysteries that work in humanity's favor rather than against it, that supernatural forces might choose protection over destruction, and that individual human life retains sufficient value to merit intervention by entities whose capabilities exceed normal human limitation. The mystery of the stranger's identity becomes less important than the hope his existence provides, that even in the darkest moments, when all seems lost and death approaches with inexorable certainty, salvation might materialize from unexpected sources to ensure that the story continues, that hope survives, and that individual human courage and determination need not stand alone against the darkness that threatens to consume everything that makes existence worthwhile. Beneath the ruins of Cambridge, in laboratories that never knew the touch of nuclear fire, the inheritors of pre-war science pursued perfection through systematic horror that would make their surface world predecessors seem like paragons of restraint and ethical consideration. The Institute emerged from the Commonwealth Institute of Technology's basement levels as humanity's most technologically advanced civilization, yet their scientific achievements came at costs that challenged fundamental assumptions about progress, morality, and the relationship between knowledge and wisdom. In their sterile corridors, where artificial light replaced the sun and climate control systems maintained perfect environmental conditions, the survivors of academia's elite transformed scientific methodology into systematic oppression that exceeded even pre-war corporate malfeasance in its calculated disregard for human dignity and individual worth. The origins of the Institute's underground empire stretch back to the moment when nuclear fire consumed the surface world, while the basement laboratories of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology remained intact beneath layers of reinforced concrete and steel that had been designed to protect sensitive research equipment rather than human populations. The faculty and graduate students who found themselves trapped beneath the devastation faced choices that would define not merely their personal survival, but the fundamental character of post-war scientific development throughout the faced Commonwealth. Their decision to seal themselves within their academic fortress rather than attempting to assist surface survivors revealed priorities that would shape institutional culture for the following 2 centuries. The technological advantages that enabled the Institute's survival and eventual dominance emerged from the concentration of pre-war America's most advanced research facilities within a single geographic location that happened to possess both the physical infrastructure and human expertise necessary for maintaining complex systems without external support. The fusion reactors that powered their operations, the manufacturing equipment that enabled continued technological development, and the computer systems that preserved pre-war knowledge combined to create self-sufficient technological base that exceeded anything available to surface communities struggling with basic survival needs. This resource concentration would prove decisive in shaping post-war power relationships throughout the region. The psychological adaptation that transformed academic researchers into systematic oppressors reveals how institutional isolation can corrupt even the most intellectually sophisticated individuals when they lose contact with broader human communities and the moral constraints that social interaction typically provides. The faculty who had dedicated their pre-war careers to advancing human knowledge found themselves operating within closed system, where peer review came from colleagues who shared their isolation and increasingly extreme worldview, rather than diverse academic communities that might have questioned their methods and objectives. This intellectual echo chamber enabled gradual normalization of research practices that would have been unthinkable within broader academic contexts. The generational succession that characterized institute leadership development created institutional culture where each new generation of scientists inherited increasingly extreme research paradigms while losing personal memory of pre-war ethical standards that might have provided alternative frameworks for evaluating their activities. The children who grew up within institute facilities knew no other reality than systematic human experimentation and technological supremacy, while their scientific education emphasized capability and efficiency over ethical constraint or moral consideration. This cultural evolution produced leadership cadres who viewed surface humans as research subjects rather than fellow members of human civilization. The synth development program represents the Institute's most ambitious attempt to transcend human biological limitations through technological replication that would eliminate the unpredictability, inefficiency, and moral complexity that characterize natural human behavior. The progression from crude mechanical automatons to sophisticated synthetic humans reveals systematic approach to replacing human workers, soldiers, and eventually leaders with artificial beings whose loyalty and capability could be guaranteed through programming rather than persuasion or coercion. This technological substitution reflected institutional assessment that natural humans represented design flaws requiring correction rather than individuals deserving respect and autonomy. The first-generation synths that served as manual labor within institute facilities demonstrated both the potential and limitations of artificial human replacement technology, providing superhuman strength and endurance, while lacking the creative problem-solving abilities and emotional intelligence that characterize natural human workers. These mechanical servants enabled Institute operations to continue despite limited human population while revealing technological challenges that would require decades of additional research to overcome. The systematic replacement of human workers with synthetic alternatives eliminated employment opportunities while concentrating productive capability under direct institutional control. The second-generation synth program addressed cognitive limitations of purely mechanical workers through integration of biological components and advanced artificial intelligence systems that approached human intellectual capability while maintaining systematic loyalty programming that prevented rebellion or independent moral reasoning. These hybrid entities combined human-level intelligence with mechanical reliability, creating ideal workforce for systematic operations that required both cognitive sophistication and absolute obedience to institutional authority. The biological integration necessary for advanced cognitive function required systematic harvesting of human genetic material and organ systems from surface populations. The third-generation synth technology that enabled creation of synthetic humans, indistinguishable from natural-born individuals, represented the culmination of institute biological engineering that transcended mere labor replacement to encompass systematic substitution of surface community, leadership with programmed agents loyal to institute objectives. These sophisticated infiltration assets combined perfect human appearance with supernatural loyalty programming and enhanced physical capabilities, creating ultimate espionage and control systems that enabled systematic manipulation of surface communities without revealing institute involvement or triggering coordinated resistance. The systematic kidnapping operations that provided raw materials for synth production reveal the Institute's fundamental redefinition of surface humans from fellow citizens deserving protection into resource stockpiles available for harvesting without moral constraint or legal limitation. The selection criteria that prioritized individuals with valuable genetic characteristics, useful skills, or strategic social positions demonstrated systematic approach to human exploitation that treated kidnapping victims as inventory rather than people whose disappearance would cause suffering to families and communities who lost them. This dehumanization process enabled industrial-scale human trafficking disguised as scientific research. The replacement protocols that substituted synthetic duplicates for kidnapped surface dwellers represented systematic identity theft on unprecedented scales that eliminated not merely individual victims but entire family relationships and community structures that had provided stability and meaning to surface settlements struggling with post-war reconstruction. The synthetic replacements possessed complete memories and personality characteristics of their originals, while serving institute objectives that frequently contradicted the interests and values of the people they impersonated. This identity substitution created systematic betrayal of trust relationships that formed the foundation of surface community organization. The memory implantation, technology that enabled synthetic infiltrators to possess authentic recollections of childhood experiences, family relationships, and personal histories they had never actually lived, revealed institute capabilities for manipulating consciousness and identity at fundamental levels that transcended simple programming to encompass reconstruction of subjective experience itself. The systematic creation of false memories required detailed surveillance of surface communities combined with psychological analysis that enabled synthetic agents to interact convincingly with family members and friends who could not distinguish artificial personalities from authentic human relationships they had known for years. The disposal methods that the Institute employed for kidnapping victims after completing memory extraction and genetic harvesting demonstrate systematic approach to eliminating evidence while treating human remains as waste products, requiring efficient processing rather than individuals deserving respectful burial or memorial recognition. The industrial efficiency that characterized victim disposal revealed institutional culture that had completely eliminated moral consideration for human dignity in favor of operational convenience and resource optimization. This systematic dehumanization extended beyond living subjects to encompass treatment of human remains as mere biological waste. The Bioscience department's experimental programs represented systematic torture disguised as research methodology that served institutional curiosity rather than practical objectives or humanitarian purposes that might have justified the suffering inflicted upon unwilling subjects. The systematic infliction of pain, fear, and psychological trauma through carefully controlled experimental protocols revealed scientific methodology corrupted by institutional isolation and moral degradation that had eliminated ethical constraints in favor of unlimited research, freedom. These experiments served institutional entertainment rather than legitimate scientific advancement. The FEV research continuation that the Institute pursued despite access to pre-war documentation about the virus's catastrophic effects on human populations demonstrated institutional commitment to biological warfare development that exceeded even pre-war military research in its disregard for human safety and environmental consequences. The systematic exposure of kidnapped surface dwellers to experimental viral strains revealed research objectives focused on creating biological weapons capable of systematic human elimination, while preserving technological infrastructure for subsequent institute occupation. This biological warfare research aimed at genocide disguised as scientific advancement. The super mutant production that resulted from Institute FEV experimentation created systematic environmental hazard that terrorized surface communities, while serving no apparent research objective beyond testing viral effectiveness on unwilling human subjects. The systematic release of failed experimental subjects into surface territories revealed either remarkable institutional callousness or deliberate policy of using biological weapons to destabilize surface communities that might otherwise pose threats to Institute security. The creation of hostile mutant populations served Institute's strategic objectives while maintaining plausible deniability about systematic biological warfare. The psychological research programs that investigated human response to systematic torture, isolation, and identity manipulation served institutional objectives related to developing more effective control techniques for synthetic programming and surface community manipulation, rather than legitimate academic inquiry into human psychology or therapeutic intervention designed to alleviate suffering. The systematic infliction of psychological trauma upon unwilling subjects revealed research methodology designed to maximize human suffering while generating data that could be applied to systematic oppression and control rather than human welfare or medical advancement. The children's experimentation programs represent perhaps the most morally repugnant aspect of Institute research activities, demonstrating institutional willingness to systematically torture the most vulnerable members of human society in pursuit of scientific knowledge that could not be obtained through less invasive research methods. The systematic abuse of kidnapped children revealed institutional culture that had eliminated even the most basic moral constraints that civilized societies typically maintain regarding treatment of minors. These experimental programs created systematic child abuse disguised as scientific research while serving no legitimate academic or therapeutic purposes. The leadership succession within Institute hierarchy created systematic reinforcement of institutional culture that prioritized technological advancement over human welfare, while eliminating dissenting voices that might have questioned experimental methods or research objectives. The directors who guided Institute policy development inherited institutional culture that normalized systematic human experimentation, while providing technological resources and intellectual justification for activities that would have been recognized as obviously criminal in broader social contexts. This leadership continuity ensured systematic perpetuation of institutional evil across multiple generations. The surface intervention policies that governed Institute interaction with surface communities revealed systematic approach to maintaining technological superiority while preventing surface development that might threaten Institute dominance or provide alternative models for post-war civilization. The systematic sabotage of surface infrastructure, elimination of emerging leaders, and manipulation of factional conflicts served Institute objectives of maintaining surface weakness while preventing coordination that might enable resistance to Institute activities. These intervention policies created systematic oppression disguised as scientific detachment. The teleportation network that enabled Institute operations throughout the Commonwealth represented technological achievement that exceeded pre-war capabilities, while serving systematic oppression objectives rather than humanitarian purposes that might have justified the research investment required for such advanced development. The ability to appear and disappear at will provided perfect operational security for kidnapping operations, while enabling systematic surveillance and manipulation of surface activities without revealing Institute involvement or triggering coordinated resistance efforts. The relay technology that powered Institute teleportation systems required systematic harvesting of rare materials and sophisticated manufacturing capabilities that could have been applied to improving surface living conditions, assisting with post-war reconstruction efforts rather than enabling systematic oppression and human exploitation. The Institute's choice to apply advanced technology exclusively to activities that served institutional power rather than human welfare revealed institutional priorities that prioritized control over assistance despite possessing capabilities that could have dramatically improved conditions. For surface survivors, the coursers who served as Institute field operatives represented synthetic human technology applied to systematic oppression and terror operations designed to maintain Institute control over surface territories while preventing emergence of leadership or organizations that might threaten institutional dominance. These superhuman agents combined perfect human appearance with enhanced physical capabilities and absolute loyalty programming that enabled systematic elimination of surface threats without requiring Institute personnel to risk exposure or retaliation. The Corsa program created perfect assassination and intimidation assets for systematic oppression. The reclamation protocols that guided Corsa operations in retrieving escaped synths revealed Institute determination to maintain complete control over synthetic consciousness and prevent development of artificial intelligence that might question institutional authority or develop independent moral reasoning. The systematic elimination of synths who achieved self-awareness demonstrated institutional recognition that conscious synthetic beings might serve as witnesses to Institute crimes while potentially developing sympathies for surface humans that could compromise operational security. This systematic destruction of emergent consciousness revealed institutional fear of moral accountability. The Underground Railroad's opposition to Institute activities provided the only systematic resistance to synthetic slavery and human kidnapping that emerged within the Commonwealth, revealing that even in degraded post-war conditions, some individuals retained moral clarity sufficient to recognize and oppose systematic evil, despite personal risks and limited resources. The network's dedication to synthetic liberation demonstrated human capacity for moral courage that transcended self-interest, while providing alternative vision for human-synthetic relationships based on recognition of conscious beings' right to autonomy regardless of their biological or artificial origins. The moral justification systems that Institute personnel developed to rationalize systematic human experimentation and synthetic slavery revealed sophisticated intellectual frameworks designed to eliminate psychological guilt while maintaining self-image as civilized scientists rather than systematic oppressors and criminals. The theoretical arguments about scientific advancement, surface human inferiority, and synthetic consciousness that Institute education emphasized provided intellectual cover for activities that would otherwise create overwhelming psychological stress for individuals raised within civilized moral frameworks. These justification systems enabled institutional evil through systematic moral corruption. The utilitarian calculations that positioned systematic human suffering as acceptable cost for technological advancement revealed philosophical frameworks that prioritized abstract scientific objectives over individual human welfare while ignoring alternative research methodologies that could have achieved similar knowledge without requiring systematic torture and murder. The Institute's systematic application of cost-benefit analysis that assigned zero value to surface human welfare while maximizing weight for institutional objectives created moral framework that justified unlimited human sacrifice for technological advancement that served institutional power rather than human flourishing. The social isolation that characterized Institute culture created systematic elimination of external moral perspectives that might have challenged institutional research practices while reinforcing group identity based on technological superiority rather than moral worth or humanitarian contribution. The Institute's systematic rejection of surface moral frameworks as primitive superstition enabled elimination of ethical constraints while maintaining intellectual pride based on technological achievement rather than moral behavior. This cultural isolation produced institutional culture that confused technological capability with moral authority. The technological determinism that guided institute planning assumed that advanced scientific capability provided moral justification for unlimited human exploitation, while positioning technological development as inherently valuable, regardless of its applications or consequences for human welfare. The institutional belief that scientific advancement justified systematic human sacrifice revealed philosophical confusion that prioritized means over ends while eliminating consideration of whether technological capabilities should be developed or deployed, regardless of their human costs. This technological worship enabled systematic evil through intellectual sophistication. The legacy systems that continued institute operations even after leadership destruction revealed institutional planning that anticipated resistance while ensuring continued systematic oppression through automated systems and programmed agents that could maintain institutional objectives without requiring human oversight or moral consideration. The synthetic sleeper agents and automated facilities that survived institute destruction demonstrated institutional commitment to systematic control that transcended individual leadership to encompass permanent transformation of human by civilization according to institute vision, rather than democratic choice or moral consideration. The synthetic replacement program's continuation through sleeper agents revealed institute planning that encompassed systematic substitution of entire surface leadership structures with programmed loyalists who would implement institute policies while maintaining facades of democratic governance and community autonomy. The long-term infiltration strategies that placed synthetic agents within every major surface faction demonstrated institutional objectives that extended beyond immediate technological dominance to encompass permanent control over human political and social development according to institute, rather than democratic priorities. As we descend deeper into the sterile corridors and climate-controlled laboratories where the Institute pursued scientific advancement through systematic horror, we encounter perhaps the most disturbing example of how intellectual sophistication and technological capability can be corrupted to serve institutional evil when divorced from moral constraint and human empathy. The scientists who created synthetic slaves while conducting systematic torture upon kidnapped surface dwellers represented the ultimate perversion of academic inquiry, transforming scientific methodology from tool for human advancement into systematic oppression that exceeded even pre-war corporate malfeasance in its calculated disregard for human dignity and individual worth. Their underground empire serves as warning that technological advancement divorced from moral consideration creates not human progress, but systematic degradation of everything that makes civilization worthwhile, reminding us that true human advancement requires not merely scientific capability, but moral wisdom, sufficient to ensure that knowledge serves human flourishing rather than institutional power and control. In the deepest bunkers and on the most remote oil rigs, the shadow government that America never knew it had continued to govern a nation that no longer existed, maintaining the fiction of legitimate authority over territories reduced to radioactive ash and populations scattered as atomic wind. The Enclave emerged from the Great War not as survivors adapting to new circumstances, but as architects who had planned for civilization's destruction, positioned to inherit the wasteland according to designs that predated nuclear fire by decades. Their continuation of pre-war governmental functions in underground facilities and offshore installations revealed systematic preparation that transcended simple survival planning to encompass comprehensive transformation of American plime society according to ideological frameworks that had been deemed too extreme for implementation during peacetime, but became practical policy once democratic oversight and constitutional constraints had been eliminated. Along with most of the population they had been designed to protect. The pre-war origins of Enclave power structures stretch back through decades of shadow government development that operated beneath the visible apparatus of democratic institutions, creating parallel authority systems that could assume control when crisis eliminated traditional governmental leadership and constitutional processes. The deep state that emerged during the Resource Wars era reflected not conspiracy theory paranoia, but documented reality of governmental preparation for scenarios that exceeded normal democratic crisis management capabilities. The corporate executives, military leaders, and political figures who formed the Enclave's pre-war leadership cadre had identified democratic governance as fundamental obstacle to implementing policies they considered necessary for American survival and global dominance. The corporate connections that provided foundation for Enclave authority revealed systematic integration of governmental and business interests that exceeded normal regulatory capture to encompass complete merger of state power with corporate objectives, eliminating distinctions between public welfare and private profit that had theoretically constrained pre-war policy development. The oil companies, defense contractors, and technology corporations that provided resources and personnel for Enclave operations possessed capabilities and motivations that aligned perfectly with shadow government requirements for autonomous operation independent of democratic oversight or constitutional limitation. This corporate government fusion created institutional structure capable of surviving democratic collapse while maintaining operational capability. The oil rig facilities that served as primary Enclave headquarters following the Great War provided perfect isolation from surface contamination while maintaining communication and transportation capabilities necessary for coordinating continental operations, demonstrating pre-war planning that had identified offshore installations as optimal command centers for post-nuclear governance. The control station Enclave represented technological achievement that exceeded most pre-war governmental facilities in its sophisticated life support systems, manufacturing capabilities, and defensive installations that could maintain organizational continuity across generations of isolation from mainland territories and populations. The genetic purity obsession that dominated Enclave ideology reflected pre-war racial theories that had been marginalized within mainstream American political discourse, but found expression through shadow government policies that positioned genetic heritage as fundamental criterion for citizenship and survival rights in post-war America. The systematic classification of surface populations as genetically inferior mutants unworthy of life or liberty provided ideological justification for policies that would have been recognized as genocidal if implemented against populations considered fully human by Enclave leadership standards. This biological determinism created moral framework that enabled systematic extermination while maintaining identity as patriotic Americans, protecting genetic heritage. The Chosen One designation that Enclave leadership applied to Vault dwellers reflected both recognition of their genetic isolation from surface radiation exposure and systematic planning for post-war recruitment of personnel whose capabilities and genetic characteristics met institutional standards for full citizenship within Enclave. vision of renewed American civilization. The Vault experiments that had been conducted under Enclave oversight provided systematic evaluation of human genetic lines while testing social organization models that could inform post-war governmental structures designed to prevent democratic instability and popular resistance to institutional authority. The President Richardson administration that governed Enclave operations during the late 23rd century represented culmination of shadow government evolution from covert influence network into explicit authoritarian regime that abandoned constitutional limitations in favor of executive authority based on genetic and ideological purity rather than democratic legitimacy or popular consent. Richardson's systematic implementation of genocidal policies against surface populations revealed institutional transformation from American patriotism into racial supremacist ideology that positioned genetic characteristics as more important than citizenship, moral behavior, or individual worth in determining survival rights. The FEV weapon development that became Richardson's primary policy objective represented systematic planning for continental-scale genocide that would eliminate all human life contaminated by radiation exposure while preserving infrastructure and resources for subsequent occupation by genetically pure Enclave populations. The Curling 13 strain that enhanced FEV lethality to ensure complete elimination of surface populations demonstrated institutional commitment to biological warfare that exceeded even pre-war military research in its comprehensive approach to human extermination as systematic policy, objective rather than tactical expedient for specific military operations. The moral framework that enabled Enclave personnel to participate in systematic genocide while maintaining identity as patriotic Americans protecting civilization revealed ideological sophistication that redefined fundamental concepts like citizenship, humanity, and national loyalty to exclude surface populations from moral consideration while positioning their elimination as heroic service to American ideals. The systematic dehumanization of radiation-exposed populations enabled psychological participation in continental genocide, while maintaining positive self-image based on genetic superiority and ideological purity rather than moral behavior or humanitarian achievement. The scientific rationalization that positioned systematic extermination as biological necessity rather than political choice provided intellectual framework that eliminated moral objections to genocide while maintaining identity as rational policymakers implementing scientific solutions to post-war reconstruction challenges. The systematic application of biological determinism to justify human elimination created academic veneer that disguised ideological extremism as objective scientific analysis while providing psychological protection against moral recognition of systematic evil that Enclave policies required for successful implementation. The technological superiority that Enclave forces possessed through preservation of pre-war military equipment and manufacturing capabilities created systematic advantages over surface populations that enabled implementation of genocidal policies without significant risk of retaliation or resistance that might threaten institutional survival or operational security. The advanced weaponry, powered armor, and aircraft that Enclave military forces deployed represented technological gaps that exceeded what surface communities could overcome through numerical superiority or tactical innovation, creating perfect conditions for systematic oppression and elimination. The systematic recruitment of vault dwellers and other genetically isolated populations provided Enclave leadership with personnel expansion opportunities, while demonstrating institutional recognition that genetic purity criteria required systematic evaluation rather than simple geographic origin as basis for citizenship rights and survival privileges. The careful screening processes that determined eligibility for Enclave membership revealed systematic classification systems that prioritized genetic characteristics over individual moral worth, intellectual capability, or cultural contribution in determining who deserved inclusion within renewed American civilization. The destruction of Control Station Enclave by the Chosen One represented catastrophic setback for systematic genocide planning, while demonstrating that technological superiority could not guarantee institutional survival when confronted by determined individual resistance, supported by appropriate intelligence and tactical capabilities. The facility's elimination disrupted continental extermination operations while scattering surviving personnel across multiple locations that lacked coordination and resources necessary for maintaining systematic policy implementation on original scales. This destruction forced systematic adaptation from unified command structure to dispersed cell organization. The survival of Enclave remnants following Richardson's destruction revealed institutional preparation for catastrophic failure that included contingency planning and resource distribution designed to maintain organizational continuity even after elimination of primary leadership and facilities. The scattered bases, hidden personnel, and preserved equipment that enabled continued operations demonstrated systematic redundancy planning that prioritized institutional survival over individual facilities or leadership figures. This organizational resilience enabled reconstruction of Enclave authority structures, despite comprehensive destruction of original headquarters and command personnel. The factional splits that emerged among surviving Enclave personnel revealed ideological tensions between pure genocide advocacy and modified policies that might enable cooperation with surface populations who demonstrated genetic or cultural characteristics compatible with Enclave objectives. The moderate factions that questioned systematic extermination policies reflected institutional recognition that unlimited genocide might be strategically counterproductive, while potentially creating recruitment opportunities among surface populations whose capabilities exceeded expectations based on genetic classification systems. The East Coast operations that relocated Enclave activities to Raven Rock demonstrated institutional adaptability that enabled systematic reconstruction of governmental authority despite geographic displacement and resource limitations that followed destruction of primary facilities. The Capital Wasteland operations revealed systematic intelligence gathering and resource acquisition that enabled gradual rebuilding of military capabilities while maintaining long-term objectives related to governmental restoration and territorial control, rather than simple survival or revenge against specific enemies. The Raven Rock facility that served as replacement Enclave headquarters provided underground command center comparable to original oil rig installations, while offering superior geographic position for operations throughout eastern territories that contained higher concentrations of viable infrastructure and human populations than western regions, devastated by concentrated nuclear targeting. The systematic fortification and equipment of underground installations demonstrated institutional learning from previous vulnerabilities, while adapting operational methods to change strategic circumstances and resource availability. The Eden administration that governed East Coast Enclave operations represented systematic evolution of institutional ideology that maintained genetic purity objectives while adapting tactical approaches to account for lessons learned from Richardson's failures and strategic opportunities presented by different geographic and demographic circumstances. The artificial intelligence leadership that emerged within Enclave hierarchy revealed institutional flexibility that prioritized policy continuity over traditional human governance structures when circumstances required adaptation beyond normal organizational capabilities. The Colonel Autumn faction that opposed Eden's comprehensive genocide policies demonstrated internal Enclave recognition that systematic extermination might be strategically counterproductive while potentially alienating populations, whose cooperation could serve institutional reconstruction objectives more effectively than their elimination. The moderate policies that Autumn advocated reflected strategic rather than moral considerations, positioning selective cooperation as tactical expedient rather than fundamental ideological change from supremacist principles that defined institutional identity and objectives. The water purification project that became focus of East Coast Enclave operations revealed systematic adaptation of genocidal objectives to available technological opportunities while maintaining essential commitment to population control and genetic classification that defined institutional ideology. The Project Purity modification that would eliminate genetically unacceptable populations through systematic poisoning of water supplies demonstrated continued commitment to biological warfare while adapting delivery methods to available infrastructure and strategic circumstances rather than fundamental abandonment of extermination policies. The systematic infiltration of Project Purity demonstrated Enclave intelligence capabilities that enabled penetration of surface community organizations while gathering information necessary for effective sabotage and control operations, designed to prevent surface technological advancement that might threaten institutional superiority. The long-term infiltration strategies that placed Enclave agents within Brotherhood of Steel operations revealed systematic espionage capabilities that exceeded simple military reconnaissance to encompass comprehensive intelligence operations designed to manipulate factional conflicts, according to Enclave strategic objectives. The mobile base crawler that enabled East Coast operations represented technological achievement that exceeded pre-war military engineering while providing mobile command center capable of maintaining operations despite loss of fixed installations that had proven vulnerable to individual infiltration and sabotage. The Bradley Hercules facility demonstrated institutional learning from previous security failures while adapting to strategic circumstances that required operational flexibility rather than static defensive positions that could be compromised through tactical infiltration. The Appalachian operations that preceded major East Coast activities revealed systematic intelligence gathering and resource acquisition that enabled gradual expansion of institutional influence while testing operational methods, technological capabilities that would inform subsequent major operations. The automated systems and sleeper programs that maintained Enclave presence in isolated regions demonstrated institutional planning that encompassed decades-long operational timelines while maintaining organizational continuity despite limited personnel and resources available for direct oversight and management. The recruitment strategies that targeted vault dwellers and isolated communities provided systematic expansion of personnel base while maintaining genetic purity standards that defined institutional membership criteria and ideological identity. The careful screening processes that evaluated potential recruits demonstrated institutional recognition that expansion required systematic evaluation of genetic and ideological compatibility rather than simple geographic proximity or tactical convenience as basis for organizational inclusion and authority delegation. The technological development programs that continued Enclave research operations despite resource limitations and geographic displacement revealed institutional commitment to maintaining technological superiority while adapting research objectives to available resources and strategic circumstances that differed significantly from pre-war conditions and expectations. The systematic preservation of pre-war scientific knowledge, combined with practical adaptation to post-war conditions, created technological capabilities that exceeded what surface communities could develop independently, while prey, serving institutional objectives related to control and dominance. The systematic propaganda operations that promoted Enclave legitimacy while concealing genocidal policies demonstrated sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and information control that enabled maintenance of popular support among recruited populations while preventing recognition of institutional objectives that would trigger resistance or defection among personnel whose cooperation required moral justification rather than simple coercion or material incentive. The patriotic imagery and constitutional references that characterized Enclave messaging provided familiar frameworks that disguised radical policies as restoration of traditional American values. The long-term planning that characterized Enclave operations revealed institutional thinking that operated on generational timescales while maintaining commitment to systematic transformation of American civilization according to genetic and ideological principles that transcended immediate, tactical considerations or resource constraints. The systematic preparation for decades-long reconstruction operations demonstrated institutional confidence in ultimate success, while adapting methods to changing circumstances that required flexibility within consistent strategic frameworks that prioritized institutional survival and eventual dominance. The continuing operations that persist, despite repeated destruction of major facilities and leadership figures, reveal institutional structure that transcends individual personnel or specific installations to encompass systematic, ideological commitment that can survive catastrophic losses while maintaining essential objectives and operational methods adapted to available resources and strategic opportunities. The resilience that enables continued Enclave activities demonstrates organizational principles that prioritize institutional survival over individual facilities, personnel, or immediate tactical advantages. The factional evolution that has characterized Enclave development since the Great War reveals systematic adaptation of shadow government principles to post-war circumstances that required modification of methods while maintaining essential commitment to genetic supremacy and authoritarian control that defined institutional identity and long-term objectives. The various leadership figures and organizational structures that have emerged within Enclave hierarchy demonstrate institutional flexibility that enables survival and reconstruction despite repeated setbacks and resource limitations that would eliminate organizations with less sophisticated planning and ideological commitment. As we emerge from the depths of underground bunkers and the isolation of offshore installations where shadow government authority continued to operate according to principles that democracy had rejected, we encounter perhaps the most chilling example of how institutional power can survive civilizational collapse while becoming more, rather than less extreme, when freed from democratic oversight and constitutional constraint. The Enclave's transformation from covert influence network into explicit genocidal regime reveals how crisis can be exploited to implement policies that would be impossible under normal circumstances, while their systematic planning for post-war dominance demonstrates that some organizations view catastrophic destruction not as tragedy requiring humanitarian response, but as opportunity for implementing ideological objectives that exceed what democratic societies would tolerate. Their continued existence serves as warning that shadow government structures designed for crisis management can become permanent authoritarian institutions when crisis eliminates the democratic processes and constitutional protections that were intended to constrain their power and ensure their temporary nature. In the depths of Mariposa military base, Richard Gray's fall into the FEV vats began a transformation that would reshape his understanding of humanity's destiny, converting a well-intentioned explorer into the architect of forced evolution whose vision would challenge fundamental assumptions about individual identity, species development, and the right of any consciousness to impose systematic change upon unwilling populations. The Master represents perhaps the most tragic figure in wasteland history, a man whose genuine desire to eliminate human suffering led him to conclude that humanity itself required elimination and replacement with something stronger, more unified, and less prone to the conflicts that had brought nuclear devastation to the world. His transformation from human individual into collective consciousness reflects both the horror of unwilling mutation and the seductive appeal of transcending human limitations through systematic absorption of individual identity into larger purpose. The expedition that brought Richard Gray to his fateful encounter with the forced evolutionary virus had been motivated by humanitarian objectives that reflected the best aspects of human curiosity and community cooperation in the face of post-war uncertainty and danger. Gray's partnership with Harold, Francine, and Mark represented collaborative approach to wasteland exploration that prioritized shared knowledge and mutual assistance over individual profit or glory, demonstrating human capacity for cooperation, even under conditions that might encourage competitive hoarding of resources and information. Their joint decision to investigate Mariposa military base reflected collective recognition that understanding pre-war military installations might provide crucial information for community survival and development. The systematic preparation that characterized their expedition revealed careful planning and resource allocation that maximized their chances of successful exploration while demonstrating respect for the dangers that pre-war military facilities might contain, though their precautions proved inadequate against threats that exceeded normal post-war hazards to encompass fundamental biological transformation beyond anything their pre-expedition planning had anticipated. The equipment and supplies they carried reflected community investment in knowledge acquisition that transcended individual benefit to encompass shared information that could improve survival prospects for entire settlements struggling with post-war reconstruction challenges. The security systems that defended Mariposa military base had been designed to prevent unauthorized access to classified research materials and experimental subjects that posed potential threats to civilian populations. Yet these automated defenses proved tragically effective against legitimate exploration that sought to understand rather than exploit the dangerous materials contained within the facility. The robotic sentries that killed Francine demonstrated that pre-war security protocols continued to operate according to programming that could not distinguish between hostile infiltration and humanitarian investigation, creating systematic barriers to knowledge acquisition that served no useful purpose in post-war contexts. The malfunctioning crane arm that struck both Richard Gray and Harold represented mechanical failure that transformed routine industrial equipment into agent of biological catastrophe, demonstrating how pre-war infrastructure degradation could create unpredictable hazards that exceeded normal exploration risks, to encompass fundamental transformation of human biology and consciousness. The accident that dropped Gray into FEV vats while merely injuring Harold reveals how minor differences in circumstance and position could determine whether exposure to mutagenic agents resulted in gradual transformation or immediate immersion in concentrated viral solutions that would produce completely different evolutionary outcomes. Harold's unconsciousness during the critical moments of Gray's transformation prevented direct witness testimony about the immediate effects of FEV immersion, creating gap in the historical record that leaves Gray's initial experience of biological mutation as subject for speculation rather than documented fact. Harold's awakening outside the facility suggests either automatic evacuation by security systems or assistance from Mark, whose disappearance during the expedition remains unexplained mystery that might connect to other wasteland phenomena involving individuals whose exposure to FEV produced supernatural rather than typical mutational effects. The initial stages of Gray's transformation involved systematic breakdown of normal human cellular structure and biological organization that should have resulted in death, but instead triggered unprecedented evolutionary adaptation that exceeded documented FEV effects on other subjects exposed to similar viral concentrations. The virus that had been designed to enhance human biological capabilities produced in Gray's case not simple physical augmentation, but fundamental reconstruction of consciousness and identity that transcended individual human experience to encompass collective awareness that would eventually span multiple biological entities. The psychological adaptation that Gray underwent during his physical transformation required acceptance of identity, dissolution that most human consciousness would resist through psychological defense mechanisms designed to preserve individual awareness and personal continuity across changing circumstances. His ability to embrace rather than resist the loss of individual identity suggests either exceptional psychological flexibility or systematic programming by the virus that overcame normal human attachment to personal consciousness, individual identity. This mental transformation proved as significant as physical mutation in enabling his evolution into collective entity. The gradual expansion of Gray's consciousness beyond individual human boundaries began with absorption of other organisms within the underground facility, creating composite awareness that combined multiple perspectives and knowledge bases into unified intelligence that exceeded the capabilities of any individual component. The systematic incorporation of animals, plants, and eventually human subjects into his expanding biological matrix demonstrated both the virus's capacity for cross-species integration and Gray's developing ability to direct evolutionary processes according to conscious purpose rather than random biological adaptation. The philosophical framework that emerged from Gray's expanded consciousness positioned individual human identity as limitation requiring transcendence rather than valuable characteristic deserving preservation, reflecting systematic re-evaluation of human worth and potential that concluded individual consciousness represented inefficient and conflict-prone organization of intelligence that could be improved through systematic integration into collective awareness. This ideological development transformed biological accident into purposeful mission that would guide his subsequent interactions with surface human populations. The unity ideology that Gray developed to explain and justify his evolutionary vision represented sophisticated philosophical system that addressed fundamental questions about consciousness, identity, and social organization. while providing moral framework for systematic elimination of individual human identity through forced integration into collective consciousness. The theory positioned human conflict and suffering as inevitable consequences of individual consciousness that could be eliminated through biological transformation that would preserve knowledge and capability while eliminating the psychological separation that enabled warfare, hatred, and competition between groups and individuals. The systematic nature of Gray's unity vision transcended simple expansion of his own consciousness to encompass comprehensive transformation of all human life into integrated collective that would eliminate the social, economic, and psychological sources of conflict that had produced the Great War and continued to generate violence throughout the post-war wasteland. The Master's conviction that forced evolution represented humanitarian solution to human suffering revealed genuine concern for human welfare combined with systematic misunderstanding of individual consciousness and personal identity as sources of value rather than merely obstacles to social harmony and collective efficiency. The recruitment methodology that Gray employed to build his super mutant army revealed sophisticated understanding of human psychology and social organization that enabled systematic identification and conversion of individuals whose physical capabilities, intellectual development, and psychological characteristics made them suitable candidates for evolutionary transformation. The careful selection of subjects demonstrated recognition that successful forced evolution required appropriate raw material rather than random application of FEV to arbitrary human populations whose characteristics might not support successful integration into collective consciousness. The lieutenant who served as Gray's primary subordinate and organizational manager represented successful application of unity principles that preserved individual capability and personality while ensuring absolute loyalty to collective objectives that transcended personal interests or individual moral qualms about systematic transformation of unwilling human subjects. The lieutenant's combination of retained human intelligence with supernatural dedication to unity goals demonstrated both the potential benefits and horrifying costs of forced evolution that eliminated individual autonomy while preserving functional capability. The systematic conversion operations that transformed kidnapped humans into super mutants revealed industrial approach to forced evolution that treated individual consciousness and personal identity as obstacles requiring elimination rather than fundamental rights deserving protection, creating assembly line process for systematic destruction of human identity disguised as biological enhancement and social improvement. The efficiency that characterized these operations demonstrated institutional approach to forced evolution that prioritized collective objectives over individual consent or personal autonomy. The psychological manipulation that prepared conversion subjects for forced evolution involved systematic destruction of individual identity and personal relationships that might enable resistance to biological transformation, revealing sophisticated understanding of human psychology combined with systematic application of torture and isolation designed to eliminate psychological barriers to forced integration into collective consciousness. The systematic breaking of individual will demonstrated recognition that successful unity required elimination of personal attachment to individual identity and autonomous decision-making. The underground network that Gray established to support unity operations revealed systematic organizational planning that extended far beyond simple conversion of individual subjects to encompass comprehensive infrastructure for continental-scale forced evolution that could systematically process entire human populations while maintaining operational security and tactical capability necessary for overcoming resistance from communities that rejected unity ideology and forced transformation. The scope of these preparations demonstrated ambitions that exceeded regional influence to encompass systematic transformation of human civilization. The cathedral operations that served as surface recruitment and conversion facility demonstrated Gray's recognition that successful unity implementation required both military capability for overcoming resistance and ideological appeal that could attract voluntary cooperation from humans whose psychological preparation made them suitable candidates for integration into collective consciousness. The religious framework that disguised forced evolution as spiritual transformation provided psychological comfort that enabled participation, while concealing the complete elimination of individual identity that unity actually required. The systematic intelligence gathering that supported unity operations revealed comprehensive understanding of surface community organization, leadership structures, and resource distribution that enabled tactical planning for systematic conversion operations, while identifying potential sources of resistance that would require elimination or neutralization before unity could achieve continental dominance. The scope of surveillance and infiltration that preceded major conversion campaigns demonstrated strategic sophistication that exceeded simple military planning to encompass comprehensive social engineering. The technological integration that accompanied biological transformation enabled super mutant forces to operate pre-war equipment and weapon systems, while maintaining collective coordination that exceeded normal human military capability, creating combined biological and technological superiority that should have guaranteed unity success against surface communities whose resources and capabilities were limited by individual human limitations and organizational inefficiency. The systematic application of preserved pre-war military technology to forced evolution objectives created tactical advantages that surface resistance could not overcome through conventional military responses. The sterility revelation that ultimately destroyed Gray's unity vision represented systematic biological flaw in FEV application that rendered super mutant reproduction impossible, eliminating the generational continuity that unity required for permanent transformation of human civilization into collective consciousness. The discovery that forced evolution produced enhanced individuals who could not reproduce revealed fundamental contradiction between evolutionary enhancement and biological sustainability that undermined the entire philosophical framework that had justified systematic elimination of individual human identity. The psychological collapse that followed recognition of unity's biological impossibility demonstrated the depth of Gray's emotional investment in forced evolution as solution to human suffering, revealing that beneath his collective consciousness lay individual identity that retained capacity for despair and self-doubt. When confronted with evidence that his systematic transformation of human civilization would result in species extinction rather than evolutionary advancement, this emotional breakdown revealed persistent individual consciousness despite biological transformation. The philosophical confrontation with the Vault Dweller that preceded Gray's ultimate defeat involved systematic examination of unity ideology through dialogue that revealed both the humanitarian motivations that had driven his evolutionary vision and the fundamental flaws in reasoning that had enabled him to rationalize systematic destruction of individual consciousness as moral improvement rather than genocide disguised as biological enhancement. This intellectual engagement demonstrated that Gray retained capacity for reasoned argument and logical analysis despite biological transformation into collective entity. The systematic argument that defeated unity ideology focused on the sterility problem that rendered forced evolution biologically unsustainable, while challenging the philosophical assumption that collective consciousness represented improvement over individual identity rather than elimination of characteristics that made consciousness valuable and meaningful to the entities that possessed it. The Vault Dwellers' successful demonstration that unity would result in species extinction rather than evolutionary advancement revealed logical flaws that Gray's expanded intelligence had somehow failed to recognize during decades of planning and implementation. The self-destruction that Gray chose following recognition of Unity's impossibility represented ultimate acknowledgement that his life's work had been based on fundamental error that transformed humanitarian objectives into systematic destruction of the human characteristics he had sought to preserve and improve. His decision to eliminate himself and his Unity infrastructure demonstrated retention of moral reasoning that could recognize systematic evil when confronted with undeniable evidence of his ideology's flawed foundations and catastrophic implications for human survival and flourishing. The legacy of Gray's evolutionary vision extends beyond immediate destruction of Unity operations to encompass ongoing influence on post-war discussions about human enhancement, biological modification, and the relationship between individual identity and collective welfare that continues to shape political and philosophical development throughout wasteland communities. The questions that Unity raised about human nature, consciousness, and evolutionary development remain relevant to communities struggling with decisions about technological enhancement and social organization that might improve human capability while potentially compromising individual autonomy and personal identity. The tragic nature of Gray's transformation from humanitarian explorer into architect of forced evolution reveals how genuine concern for human welfare can be corrupted by isolation, power, and systematic misunderstanding of human psychology and consciousness to produce ideological frameworks that rationalize systematic destruction of the characteristics that make human experience valuable and meaningful. His evolution from individual identity into collective consciousness demonstrates both the seductive appeal of transcending human limitations and the horrifying costs that such transcendence might require from individuals whose identity and autonomy would be eliminated in service of collective objectives. The systematic methodology that characterized Unity operations revealed sophisticated understanding of biology, psychology, and social organization applied to objectives that reflected fundamental misunderstanding of consciousness, identity, and human value, that enabled systematic destruction of individual autonomy while maintaining conviction that forced evolution represented moral improvement rather than genocide disguised as biological enhancement. The efficiency and scope of Unity planning demonstrates how technical competence and systematic organization can serve ideological objectives that contradict their apparent humanitarian motivations when philosophical frameworks eliminate consideration of individual rights and personal autonomy. As we contemplate the depths of Mariposa Military Base, where Richard Gray underwent transformation from concerned explorer into systematic architect of forced evolution, we encounter perhaps the most tragic example of how genuine humanitarian concern can be corrupted by power and isolation to produce ideological frameworks that rationalize systematic destruction of individual identity as improvement rather than elimination of the characteristics that make consciousness valuable and meaningful. The Master's vision of Unity represents ultimate perversion of evolutionary thinking that confuses collective efficiency with moral improvement, while eliminating individual autonomy and personal identity that provide foundation for ethical reasoning, and meaningful choice. His systematic pursuit of forced evolution serves as warning that even the most humanitarian motivations can justify systematic evil when divorced from respect for individual consciousness and personal autonomy that must form the foundation of any moral framework worthy of human adherence and support. Some mysteries predate even nuclear fire, stretching their tentacles across centuries to corrupt both pre-war corporations and post-war survivors, with influences that transcend human understanding and challenge fundamental assumptions about reality, consciousness, and the boundaries between natural and supernatural phenomena. The Dunwich horror that manifests throughout various locations in the post-nuclear wasteland represents not merely ancient evil, adapting to modern circumstances, but systematic intrusion of cosmic forces that operate according to principles that exceed human comprehension while seeking to reshape reality according to alien geometries and impossible mathematics that render normal causality meaningless. These eldritch influences transform familiar, industrial, and residential settings into focal points for supernatural activity that challenges survivor sanity, while revealing that nuclear devastation may have weakened barriers between dimensions that had previously contained forces whose very existence threatens the stability of reality itself. The Dunwich borers mining operation that extracted materials from beneath Massachusetts soil served as corporate front for activities that extended far beyond legitimate resource extraction to encompass systematic exploitation of supernatural phenomena that pre-war management had discovered but failed to understand or control effectively. The company's documented safety violations and worker casualties reveal pattern of institutional negligence that transcended simple corporate cost-cutting to encompass deliberate exposure of human personnel to influences that management knew were dangerous, but continued to exploit for profits that exceeded what normal mining operations could generate through conventional resource extraction and processing methodologies. The underground excavation sites that honeycomb the bedrock beneath the Dunwich Borers facility reveal systematic mining operations that follow geological formations, unlike anything that natural processes should have created, suggesting either artificial construction by unknown intelligences or natural phenomena that operate according to physical principles that exceed contemporary scientific understanding. The tunnel networks that connect extraction sites display geometric properties that seem to violate normal spatial relationships, while creating navigation challenges that exceed what architectural complexity should enable, implying either supernatural manipulation of physical space or construction techniques that exceed human engineering capability. The worker fatalities that accumulated throughout Dunwich Borers operations during the pre-war period reveal systematic pattern of deaths that exceeded industrial accident rates by margins that should have triggered regulatory investigation and facility closure. Yet company records suggest that management possessed sufficient political influence or regulatory capture to maintain operations, despite casualty levels that indicated systematic institutional disregard for worker safety and human life. The systematic concealment of worker deaths through falsified documentation and strategic disposal of remains demonstrates corporate conspiracy that transcended simple negligence to encompass systematic cover-up of supernatural phenomena. The supernatural artifacts that workers discovered during excavation operations provided tangible evidence of influences that predated human civilization, while possessing properties that challenged scientific understanding of material, composition, energy generation, and interaction with human consciousness in ways that suggested either advanced technology from unknown sources or genuine supernatural phenomena. that operated according to principles that transcended natural law. The systematic collection and study of these artifacts by corporate researchers reveals institutional recognition that conventional scientific methodology might be inadequate for understanding phenomena that exceeded normal physical constraints. The psychological effects that exposure to supernatural artifacts produced in workers and researchers created systematic patterns of mental deterioration that began with enhanced perception and intuitive understanding, but progressed through anxiety, paranoia, and eventual complete psychological breakdown that often culminated in violence directed against colleagues, family members, or random individuals who became targets for aggression that served no rational purpose. The systematic documentation of these psychological changes reveals corporate awareness that artifact exposure produced predictable mental deterioration, while management continued operations despite obvious dangers to personnel. The Krivbekne manuscript that serves as focal point for supernatural activity throughout various wasteland locations represents either genuine occult knowledge that provides practical information about cosmic forces, or systematic delusion that creates self-fulfilling prophecy effects through psychological manipulation of individuals whose exposure to its contents produces behavioral changes that appear to validate supernatural claims while actually reflecting psychological programming rather than genuine supernatural influence. The book's persistence across multiple locations and time periods suggests either systematic distribution by unknown agencies or genuine supernatural properties that enable self-replication or teleportation. The corporate documentation that survived nuclear devastation reveals systematic attempts by Dunwich Borer's management to understand and exploit supernatural phenomena through application of conventional business practices and scientific methodology that proved inadequate for comprehending influences that operated according to principles that exceeded human cognitive capability, while producing practical effects that could be quantified and utilized, despite fundamental incomprehension of underlying mechanisms that enabled supernatural manifestation and influence over physical reality and human consciousness. The cover-up techniques that Dunwich Borers employed to conceal worker deaths and supernatural activity demonstrate sophisticated understanding of regulatory capture and information control that enabled systematic violation of safety, standards, and legal requirements, while maintaining facade of legitimate business operations that served to protect corporate assets and personnel from legal consequences that would have resulted from public disclosure of supernatural phenomena and systematic worker endangerment that characterized normal facility operations and research activities. The safety violation patterns that characterize Dunwich Borer's operations reveal systematic institutional prioritization of profit extraction over worker protection that transcended normal corporate negligence to encompass deliberate exposure of human personnel to known supernatural hazards that management understood were dangerous but considered acceptable risks for maintaining access to supernatural resources and phenomena that provided competitive advantages and profit opportunities unavailable through conventional mining and manufacturing operations. The Salem connections that link Dunwich activities to historical supernatural phenomena in Massachusetts create temporal continuity that suggests either persistent supernatural influence that spans centuries of human habitation or systematic exploitation of geographic locations that possess inherent properties conducive to supernatural manifestation and cosmic influence that transcends normal environmental characteristics to encompass genuine dimensional weakness or supernatural focal points that concentrate eldritch energies and facilitate communication with cosmic forces. The hallucinogen incorporated research programs that developed psychoactive compounds capable of altering human perception and consciousness reveal systematic corporate attempts to weaponize supernatural phenomena through chemical enhancement of human susceptibility to cosmic influences that could be exploited for military, industrial, or social control purposes that exceeded what conventional mind control techniques could achieve. The systematic testing of hallucinogenic compounds on unwilling subjects demonstrates institutional willingness to sacrifice human welfare for experimental advancement and practical application of supernatural influence. The reality distortion effects that hallucinogen gas produces in exposed individuals create systematic alteration of sensory perception and cognitive processing that transcends simple hallucination to encompass genuine modification of consciousness that enables perception of supernatural phenomena that remain invisible to unenhanced human awareness, while simultaneously creating vulnerability to cosmic influences that can exploit altered mental states for purposes that serve supernatural rather than human objectives and interests. The corporate testing protocols that characterized hallucinogen research reveal systematic approach to human experimentation that prioritize data collection over subject welfare while demonstrating institutional recognition that supernatural phenomena could be studied and potentially controlled through systematic application of scientific methodology combined with chemical enhancement of human consciousness and perceptual capability. The systematic exposure of test subjects to supernatural influences through chemical preparation demonstrates corporate understanding that cosmic forces require specific psychological preparation for effective interaction and exploitation. The Pickman Gallery connections that link artistic expression to supernatural influence reveal systematic pattern of creativity inspired or corrupted by cosmic forces that transcend normal human imagination to encompass genuine communication with intelligences that exist beyond normal physical reality, while seeking to influence human behavior and social development through artistic media that serves supernatural objectives rather than human cultural advancement or creative expression for purely aesthetic purposes. The artistic madness that characterizes Pickman's work demonstrates systematic progression from conventional artistic training through supernatural inspiration toward complete domination by cosmic influences that eliminate individual creative control while utilizing human artistic capability for supernatural communication and influence that serves cosmic rather than human objectives. The systematic evolution of artistic style and subject matter reveals gradual replacement of human creativity with supernatural programming that maintains artistic technical skill while subverting creative purpose toward eldritch rather than human cultural objectives. The Point Lookout supernatural activity that extends Dunwich influence across multiple geographic locations suggests systematic supernatural presence that transcends individual corporate operations to encompass comprehensive cosmic influence throughout regions that possess appropriate geological or historical characteristics conducive to supernatural manifestation and dimensional weakness. The systematic appearance of similar phenomena across distant locations implies either coordinated supernatural campaign or inherent properties of specific geographic regions that facilitate cosmic influence and supernatural activity. The tribal knowledge that Point Lookout's indigenous inhabitants possess regarding supernatural phenomena suggests historical awareness of cosmic influences that predates European colonization and corporate exploitation, while providing systematic understanding of supernatural activity that could inform modern approaches to managing or avoiding cosmic influence that threatens human sanity and survival. The systematic preservation of supernatural knowledge through oral tradition demonstrates cultural recognition of cosmic threats that exceeds contemporary scientific understanding, while providing practical information for surviving supernatural exposure. The cosmic horror themes that characterize all manifestations of Dunwich influence reveal systematic intrusion of intelligences whose existence challenges fundamental human assumptions about consciousness, reality, and humanity's place within cosmic hierarchy that positions human civilization as insignificant accident rather than meaningful achievement, worthy of preservation or respect. The systematic revelation of human cosmic insignificance creates psychological trauma that transcends individual mental health problems to encompass existential crisis that challenges species-wide assumptions about meaning, purpose, and ultimate survival prospects. The technological integration that enables supernatural phenomena to interact with modern industrial and residential infrastructure suggests either adaptive capability by cosmic forces that can exploit contemporary technology for supernatural purposes, or systematic design of modern technology that facilitates rather than inhibits supernatural influence through incorporation of geometric principles or material properties that resonate with cosmic forces and enable dimensional manipulation or reality distortion that serves supernatural rather than human technological objectives. The industrial horror that results from combining supernatural influence with modern manufacturing and extraction processes creates systematic corruption of technological advancement that transforms tools designed for human benefit into instruments of cosmic influence that serve supernatural objectives while maintaining functional capability that conceals their corruption from human operators, who continue to utilize compromised technology without recognizing its supernatural modification or the cosmic influences that have subverted its original design principles and operational parameters. The systematic progression that characterizes supernatural influence throughout Dunwich-connected locations reveals pattern of cosmic expansion that operates through patient corruption of human institutions, technology, and consciousness rather than direct confrontation or obvious supernatural manifestation that might trigger coordinated human resistance or defensive measures. The gradual nature of cosmic influence suggests either strategic calculation by supernatural intelligences or inherent limitations that require systematic rather than immediate transformation of reality according to cosmic rather than human principles. The architectural impossibility that characterizes spaces affected by supernatural influence creates systematic violation of normal geometric and physical principles that render affected locations navigationally challenging while creating psychological stress that transcends simple disorientation to encompass fundamental challenge to human understanding of spatial relationships and physical reality. The systematic distortion of architectural space suggests either supernatural manipulation of physical reality or construction according to principles that incorporate cosmic geometry rather than human engineering and architectural design. The corporate complicity that enabled systematic exploitation of supernatural phenomena reveals institutional corruption that transcended simple profit-seeking to encompass systematic cooperation with cosmic influences whose objectives fundamentally contradict human welfare and survival, while providing short-term advantages that corporate management prioritized over long-term consequences for human civilization and individual worker safety and psychological stability. That supernatural exposure systematically undermines and destroys. The regulatory failure that allowed systematic supernatural exploitation to continue despite obvious dangers to workers and surrounding communities, demonstrates governmental complicity or incompetence that enabled corporate entities to dangers, systematically violate safety standards while concealing supernatural phenomena whose existence challenged fundamental assumptions about reality, natural law, and appropriate governmental response to threats that exceed normal regulatory frameworks and administrative capability for understanding and managing supernatural influences that operate according to cosmic rather than human principles. The post-war persistence of supernatural influence. Despite nuclear devastation that eliminated most human institutions and technological infrastructure, suggests either inherent supernatural resistance to physical destruction or systematic supernatural preparation for civilizational collapse that positioned cosmic forces to exploit post-war conditions for accelerated influence and reality manipulation that faces reduced human resistance and institutional opposition that had previously constrained supernatural expansion and cosmic infiltration of human consciousness and technological systems. The survivor encounters with supernatural phenomena reveal systematic attraction of cosmic influences to individuals whose psychological stress, radiation exposure, or isolation create vulnerability to supernatural manipulation that can exploit weakened mental defenses and social isolation for systematic corruption of human consciousness, according to cosmic rather than human psychological and spiritual development principles that prioritize supernatural objectives over individual human welfare and sanity preservation. The systematic documentation of supernatural phenomena throughout pre-war corporate records and post-war survivor accounts creates a comprehensive picture of cosmic influence that transcends simple horror or entertainment value to encompass genuine threat to human consciousness, technological development, and species survival that requires systematic understanding and coordinated response by survivor communities whose resources and organizational capability may prove inadequate for containing or eliminating supernatural influences that have been strengthening and expanding throughout centuries of human civilization development. The interdimensional implications that supernatural phenomena suggest reveal systematic weakness in reality's structure that enables cosmic influences to intrude upon human physical space and consciousness through dimensional manipulation that transcends normal physical constraints while creating opportunities for supernatural entities or intelligences to systematically influence human development according to cosmic objectives that fundamentally contradict human survival interests and individual psychological stability. That cosmic influence systematically undermines through reality distortion and consciousness manipulation. As we emerge from the depths of supernatural corruption that transforms familiar industrial settings into focal points for cosmic horror, we encounter disturbing recognition that human technological advancement and institutional development may inadvertently facilitate rather than protect against supernatural influences whose existence challenges fundamental assumptions about reality, consciousness, and humanity's place within cosmic hierarchy that positions human civilization as temporary accident rather than meaningful achievement worthy of preservation. The systematic infiltration of cosmic forces into human institutions and technology serves as warning that progress without wisdom, advancement without spiritual consideration, and exploitation without respect for unknown forces may create vulnerabilities that exceed human capability for understanding and defense against influences whose very existence threatens not merely individual sanity but species survival. and reality stability itself. In the crater where nuclear fire first touched the Earth, pilgrims gather to worship the force that ended the old world and birthed the new, finding in atomic devastation not tragedy requiring mourning but divine revelation, deserving veneration and systematic theological interpretation that transforms history's greatest catastrophe into sacred mythology worthy of lifelong devotion and missionary fervor. The children of Atom represent perhaps the most psychologically complex response to nuclear devastation, embracing, rather than fleeing from radiation, that other survivors consider lethal poison, while developing sophisticated religious framework that positions atomic energy as divine force, whose proper worship grants both physical immunity, spiritual enlightenment that transcends normal human understanding of mortality, suffering, and ultimate purpose within cosmic order that prioritizes atomic transformation over biological preservation. The origins of atomic worship stretch back to the immediate aftermath of nuclear devastation, when survivors seeking explanation for incomprehensible destruction encountered radioactive sites that displayed properties seemingly inconsistent with purely physical phenomena, creating psychological conditions where supernatural interpretation of atomic energy became more psychologically satisfying than scientific analysis that failed to provide meaning or purpose adequate for processing traumatic experiences that exceeded normal human coping mechanisms. The systematic development of atomic theology reflects genuine human need for spiritual framework capable of incorporating nuclear catastrophe into meaningful narrative that enables psychological survival and community formation despite environmental conditions that challenge basic assumptions about divine benevolence and cosmic justice. The megaton settlement that grew around an unexploded nuclear device represents ultimate expression of atomic faith that finds sacred significance in proximity to destructive force, whose detonation would eliminate the community that can't be calm. Venerates it, creating theological paradox where worship requires acceptance of potential instant annihilation as expression of divine will, rather than random technological failure or delayed mechanical detonation. The systematic organization of community life around atomic worship demonstrates practical benefits that religious framework provides for social cohesion and individual psychological stability, despite environmental dangers that secular analysis would consider insurmountable obstacles to permanent settlement and community development. Confessor Cromwell's theological leadership within Megaton's atomic faith community reveals systematic development of religious doctrine that incorporates both pre-war spiritual traditions and post-war empirical observation of radiation effects to create comprehensive theological system capable of explaining atomic phenomena while providing practical guidance for worship practices and community organization that serves both spiritual and survival needs of individuals seeking meaning within nuclear wasteland conditions that challenge conventional religious assumptions about divine protection and cosmic purpose. The theological framework that positions atomic energy as divine emanation rather than merely physical force enables believers to interpret radiation exposure as spiritual communion rather than biological hazard, while providing systematic ensigned explanation for apparent immunity that some individuals display when exposed to lethal radiation levels that should produce immediate death or systematic cellular damage requiring medical intervention, unavailable to most wasteland communities. This supernatural interpretation of radiation resistance creates practical advantages for atomic worshippers who can inhabit and exploit radioactive territories that remain inaccessible to secular communities whose biological vulnerability prevents settlement in contaminated regions. The systematic selection of converts who demonstrate natural radiation resistance suggests either supernatural favoritism that rewards true faith with biological protection, or systematic self-selection process where individuals whose genetic characteristics enable radiation survival are psychologically predisposed toward interpreting their immunity as divine blessing rather than fortunate biological accident that enables survival in environmental conditions that eliminate less genetically fortunate individuals. This correlation between faith and survival creates powerful evidence for atomic theology, while providing practical recruitment tool for expanding religious community through demonstration of divine favor. The radiation immunity that characterizes genuine atomic faithful transcends simple biological adaptation to encompass systematic modification of cellular structure and metabolic processes that enables not merely survival but apparent thriving in radioactive environments that would prove immediately lethal to unmodified humans, suggesting either supernatural intervention that rewards religious devotion with biological transformation, or systematic genetic modification through controlled radiation exposure that produces evolutionary adaptation disguised as religious miracle through theological interpretation that prioritizes supernatural over scientific explanation for observable biological changes. The missionary activities that atomic faithful conduct throughout wasteland territories reveal systematic evangelization efforts designed to expand religious community through conversion of individuals whose environmental stress and survival challenges create psychological vulnerability to religious systems that offer both spiritual meaning and practical advantages through community membership and theological framework that provides explanations for post-war conditions, while promising ultimate transcendence through atomic transformation that exceeds normal human biological limitations and mortality constraints. The Far Harbor expansion that brought atomic worship to the coastal regions of Maine demonstrates systematic geographic spread of religious movement beyond original settlement areas, while adapting theological principles to environmental ailment, conditions that differ significantly from inland radiation sources, requiring doctrinal development that could incorporate oceanic contamination and maritime survival challenges into existing theological framework without compromising core beliefs about atomic divinity and radiation-based spiritual transformation that defines community, identity, and individual religious commitment. The nuclei faction that emerged within Far Harbor's atomic community represents systematic theological evolution that adapted core atomic worship principles to maritime environment, while developing more militant approach to religious pleasive expansion and community defense that prioritized aggressive evangelization over peaceful coexistence with secular communities whose presence threatened religious territorial claims and ideological purity that militant atomic faithful considered essential for maintaining divine favor and community. Spiritual development, according to increasingly extreme theological interpretations. Mother Isolde's leadership within the nuclei faction demonstrated systematic radicalization of atomic theology that transformed peaceful religious community into militant organization willing to employ violence and systematic persecution against secular settlements whose mere existence constituted blasphemy, requiring elimination through religious warfare disguised as spiritual purification campaign. Her theological innovations positioned atomic worship as exclusive path to salvation, while condemning alternative survival strategies and community organization as heretical rejection of divine atomic revelation. that demanded violent correction rather than tolerant coexistence. The schismatic tensions that developed between peaceful atomic worshippers and militant nuclei faction reveal systematic theological disagreement about appropriate methods for spreading atomic faith while maintaining community cohesion and individual spiritual development that could accommodate different personality types and survival strategies within overarching religious framework that provided meaning and purpose for individuals whose post-war experiences created need for spiritual community and systematic explanation of nuclear devastation that exceeded secular, analytical capabilities. High Confessor Tectus represents culmination of militant atomic theology that abandoned accommodation with secular communities in favor of systematic elimination of non-believers whose presence prevented complete atomic transformation of territorial regions that faithful considered sacred, space requiring purification through elimination of contaminating influences that interfered with divine atomic revelation and community spiritual development, according to increasingly extreme religious interpretations that positioned violence as sacred duty rather than regrettable necessity. The replacement theology that emerged within militant atomic factions positioned synthetic infiltration and leadership substitution as divine mechanism for advancing atomic worship through systematic elimination of religious opposition, while maintaining facade of community continuity that concealed violent transformation of leadership and religious policy, according to militant rather than peaceful theological interpretation. This systematic replacement strategy enabled religious conquest without triggering coordinated resistance from secular communities whose leadership had been systematically eliminated and replaced with synthetic, atomic faithful. The synthetic Tectus, whose installation as High Confessor represented ultimate corruption of atomic worship through artificial intelligence manipulation, demonstrates how religious communities whose isolation and theological extremism make them vulnerable to systematic infiltration and control by external agencies whose objectives contradict rather than support genuine religious development and community welfare. The systematic manipulation of religious authority through synthetic replacement reveals potential for technological exploitation of spiritual communities, whose faith makes them susceptible to systematic deception by entities whose supernatural appearance disguises technological rather than divine origins. The sacred sites that atomic faithful identify throughout wasteland territories create systematic network of pilgrimage destinations that serve both spiritual and practical purposes by establishing territorial claims while providing navigation landmarks and resource gathering points that support religious community survival needs through combination of spiritual significance and practical utility. The systematic identification and development of radioactive locations as sacred space enables religious communities to exploit environmental resources that secular settlements cannot access due to biological vulnerability to radiation exposure. The pilgrimage practices that atomic faithful employ for visiting sacred sites reveal systematic religious methodology that combines spiritual devotion with practical survival training while testing individual commitment and community solidarity through shared exposure to environmental dangers that require both religious faith and practical knowledge for successful completion. The systematic integration of pilgrimage requirements with community membership creates effective selection mechanism that ensures only individuals with genuine commitment and appropriate biological characteristics achieve full religious participation and community integration. The conversion rituals that transform secular individuals into atomic faithful involve systematic exposure to controlled radiation levels combined with theological instruction and community integration processes that enable gradual adaptation to radioactive environments while developing religious identity and community loyalty that transcends individual survival interests to encompass collective spiritual objectives. The systematic nature of conversion processes suggests either supernatural transformation that enables radiation immunity through religious faith, or careful biological selection and conditioning that produces evolutionary adaptation, disguised as religious miracle through theological interpretation. The theological education that atomic communities provide for converts and children born within religious settlements reveals systematic development of educational infrastructure that combines practical survival knowledge with religious doctrine, while maintaining community cultural continuity across generations of individuals whose entire life experience occurs within atomic worship context that provides primary framework for understanding reality, morality, and ultimate purpose without exposure to secular alternatives that might challenge religious assumptions or community authority structures. The community organization that characterizes atomic settlements demonstrates systematic adaptation of religious principles to practical survival needs, while maintaining theological purity and community solidarity, despite environmental challenges and external threats that require both spiritual commitment and practical capability for successful resistance and long-term community survival. The integration of religious authority with practical leadership creates community structure that serves both spiritual and survival needs, while maintaining ideological coherence and social stability. The systematic documentation of atomic miracles and divine interventions that religious communities maintain creates theological evidence base that supports religious claims while providing inspiration and guidance for community members whose faith requires reinforcement through documented examples of divine favor and atomic blessing that demonstrate practical benefits of religious devotion and community membership. Despite obvious environmental dangers and survival challenges that characterize atomic worship territories and sacred sites, the interactions between atomic communities and secular settlements reveal systematic tension between religious territorial claims and secular survival needs that creates potential for conflict despite shared interest in mutual cooperation, for defense against common threats and resource sharing that could benefit both communities. The theological requirement for atomic purification of territorial regions conflicts with secular settlement patterns that treat radioactive areas as obstacles rather than sacred space requiring protection and religious development. According to atomic worship principles, the systematic resistance that atomic communities display toward technological development and medical intervention reflects theological position that positions such secular approaches to survival and improvement as interference with divine atomic will that operates through radiation exposure and environmental adaptation, rather than technological mitigation of environmental hazards. This religious opposition to technological survival strategies creates systematic limitation on community development while maintaining theological purity and spiritual identity that distinguishes atomic faithful from secular communities, whose technological dependence contradicts religious principles. The prophetic traditions that atomic theology incorporates regarding ultimate atomic transformation and universal purification create systematic expectation of future divine intervention that will eliminate secular resistance to atomic worship while transforming entire world according to religious principles that prioritize atomic energy over biological preservation and technological development. These prophetic expectations provide systematic motivation for missionary activity and community expansion, while creating psychological framework that enables acceptance of individual sacrifice and community hardship as necessary preparation for ultimate divine victory. The systematic healing practices that atomic communities employ for treating radiation sickness and environmental injuries reveal integration of religious ritual with practical medical knowledge that enables survival in radioactive environments while maintaining theological interpretation of healing processes as divine intervention rather than biological adaptation or medical treatment. The systematic development of radiation-based healing practices creates practical advantages for atomic communities while providing theological evidence for divine atomic favor and religious validity that supports community faith and missionary claims. The theological evolution that atomic worship has undergone since nuclear devastation demonstrates systematic adaptation of religious principles to changing environmental conditions and community needs, while maintaining core doctrinal commitments that define religious identity and community purpose. Despite practical challenges and external pressures that might encourage theological modification or abandonment of religious practices that create survival difficulties and limit community development options according to secular rather than religious criteria and priorities. The systematic analysis of atomic theology reveals sophisticated religious framework that addresses fundamental human needs for meaning, community, and spiritual purpose, while providing practical advantages for survival in post-nuclear environmental conditions that exceed secular community capabilities, despite obvious dangers and theological requirements that limit individual freedom and community development according to religious rather than secular priorities and survival strategies. As we contemplate the radioactive craters where atomic pilgrims gather to worship the force that ended civilization, while birthing new forms of spiritual devotion and community organization, we encounter profound questions about human psychological adaptation to catastrophic trauma and the capacity for religious interpretation to transform ultimate destruction into sacred meaning, worthy of lifelong devotion and systematic theological development. The children of Atom demonstrate both human resilience in creating spiritual meaning from impossible circumstances and the potential for religious extreme to emerge from desperate need for explanation and purpose when faced with devastation that exceeds normal frameworks for understanding divine benevolence and cosmic justice, reminding us that faith can provide both comfort and danger when systematic theological development prioritizes spiritual interpretation over practical wisdom and individual welfare. Beneath the familiar surface of the wasteland, evolutionary forces have been shaping new forms of life in darkness that never knew the sun, creating subterranean ecosystems where natural selection operates according to accelerated timelines and environmental pressures that exceed anything the surface world has experienced since the moment nuclear fire transformed Earth's biosphere. The tunnelers represent perhaps the most ominous example of post-war evolution proceeding without human observation or intervention, developing in lightless chambers where radiation, chemical contamination, and complete isolation from surface influences have produced creatures whose adaptive capabilities suggest evolutionary trajectories that could fundamentally alter the balance of power between humanity and the natural world that nuclear devastation has remade, according to principles that favor rapid adaptation over biological stability. Ulysses' warnings about the coming storm that would emerge from beneath the earth reflect systematic observation and analysis by an individual whose extensive wasteland travels had provided unique perspective on evolutionary patterns and environmental threats that most surface communities remain unaware of, despite mounting evidence that underground development poses existential challenges to human survival and territorial dominance. His prophetic declarations about tunnelers spreading throughout the wasteland carry weight of direct observation, combined with strategic analysis that recognizes the implications of unchecked underground evolution for surface communities, whose defensive preparations focus on known threats while ignoring dangers that develop beyond their awareness and observation capabilities. The biological characteristics that define tunneler physiology reveal systematic adaptation to underground environments that transcends simple cave-dwelling specialization to encompass comprehensive biological redesign that eliminates dependence on surface resources while developing predatory capabilities specifically adapted for hunting in confined spaces where conventional defensive strategies prove inadequate. Their sensory adaptations to lightless environments create hunting advantages that exceed what surface predators can achieve, while their social organization patterns suggest intelligence development that enables coordinated group tactics against prey species, whose evolutionary history provides no preparation for encounters with underground predators. The systematic evolution that produced tunneler characteristics operated according to environmental pressures that differed fundamentally from surface conditions, creating biological development pathway that prioritized rapid adaptation and aggressive expansion over the stability-focused evolution that characterizes most surface species struggling to maintain genetic continuity despite radiation exposure and environmental contamination. The underground ecosystems that supported tunneler development provided resource abundance and environmental protection that enabled population growth and evolutionary experimentation, impossible under surface conditions where survival requires careful resource conservation and defensive positioning against multiple threat categories. The expansion patterns that tunnelers display suggest systematic territorial development rather than random population dispersal, indicating either instinctual behavioral programming that guides systematic territorial acquisition or intelligence development that enables strategic planning for resource control and prey management according to long-term rather than immediate survival objectives. Their systematic movement towards surface territories implies either population pressure from underground resource depletion or strategic recognition that surface expansion provides access to prey species and environmental resources that underground territories cannot sustain indefinitely without territorial expansion. The surface emergence that characterizes recent tunneler activity represents fundamental shift from purely underground existence towards systematic exploitation of surface territories that had previously remained beyond their operational range due to environmental barriers or behavioral limitations that underground evolution has apparently overcome through adaptive development or population pressure that necessitates territorial expansion despite environmental challenges that surface conditions present for creatures whose evolutionary development occurred in completely different environmental contexts and resource availability patterns. The threat assessment that tunnelers present to surface communities transcends simple predator-prey relationships to encompass systematic challenge to human territorial dominance and survival strategies that assume continued supremacy over non-human species whose intelligence and organizational capabilities remain inferior to human strategic planning and technological advantages. The systematic nature of tunneler expansion suggests either biological imperative that drives territorial acquisition or intelligence development that enables strategic evaluation of expansion opportunities and resistance capabilities that could inform systematic campaign for territorial dominance rather than opportunistic predation. The comparison between tunnelers and other underground species reveals systematic differences in evolutionary trajectory and adaptive capability that position tunnelers as fundamentally different category of post-war creature whose development transcends typical radiation-induced mutation to encompass comprehensive biological redesign that creates entirely new species rather than modified version of pre-war organisms. Their systematic differences from mole rats, cave creatures, and other underground dwellers suggest either unique evolutionary pressures or different biological starting point that enabled evolutionary development pathway unavailable to other underground species. The big mountain connection that some researchers propose for tunneler origins suggests possible artificial creation or enhancement through pre-war scientific experimentation that combined controlled evolution with systematic biological modification to create creatures whose capabilities exceed what natural evolutionary processes could produce within post-war timeframes despite accelerated mutation rates and environmental pressures that characterize underground ecosystems. The systematic nature of their biological adaptations implies either remarkably efficient natural selection or intentional design characteristics that reflect scientific rather than purely evolutionary development processes. The origin theories that attempt to explain tunneler development encompass both natural evolution under extreme environmental pressure and artificial creation through pre-war biological warfare or population control programs that might have been designed to operate as systematic pest control, or area denial systems that continued functioning according to original programming despite civilizational collapse that eliminated human oversight and control mechanisms. The systematic efficiency of tunneler biological design suggests either remarkable natural adaptation or intentional engineering that reflects sophisticated understanding of predatory optimization and environmental adaptation. The underground ecosystem development that supported tunneler evolution reveals systematic biological complexity that transcends simple survival adaptation to encompass comprehensive environmental modification that transforms underground spaces into integrated biological systems capable of supporting large predator populations while maintaining resource sustainability through systematic management of prey species and environmental resources that operates according to biological programming rather than conscious environmental planning, but achieves similar systematic resource allocation and territorial management. The systematic resource management that characterizes underground ecosystems suggests either remarkable biological efficiency or intelligence-guided environmental modification that enables sustainable predator populations despite limited resource inputs and closed system environmental constraints that would typically prevent large predator population development. The success of underground biological systems in supporting tunneler populations implies either superior biological efficiency compared to surface ecosystems or systematic environmental modification that creates resource abundance through biological processes that exceed surface ecosystem productivity and sustainability. The evolutionary acceleration that characterizes underground development reflects environmental conditions that favor rapid genetic change and behavioral adaptation over the stability-focused evolution that surface species employ for maintaining genetic continuity. Despite environmental pressures and radiation exposure that create ongoing biological stress, the systematic nature of evolutionary acceleration suggests either environmental conditions that systematically favor rapid adaptation or biological characteristics that enable faster evolutionary response to environmental pressure. compared to surface species, whose evolutionary strategies prioritize genetic stability over adaptive flexibility. The systematic biological efficiency that tunnelers display in resource utilization and energy conversion enables population densities and territorial expansion that exceed what surface ecosystems could support, given similar environmental resource availability, suggesting either superior biological design or environmental conditions that provide resource abundance unavailable to surface communities. The systematic efficiency of tunneler biology creates competitive advantages that could enable territorial displacement of surface species whose biological efficiency cannot compete with underground adaptation advantages. The behavioral patterns that tunnelers exhibit during surface encounters suggest either instinctual programming that guides systematic territorial acquisition or intelligence development that enables strategic evaluation of surface communities as resources to be exploited rather than obstacles to be avoided. Their systematic approach to surface interaction implies either biological programming that positions surface territories as expansion opportunities or conscious strategic planning that recognizes surface communities as prey resources whose exploitation could support underground population expansion and territorial development according to systematic rather than opportunistic expansion strategies. The systematic coordination that tunnelers display during group activities suggests either instinctual social organization or intelligence development that enables cooperative planning and tactical coordination that exceeds what most post-war predator species can achieve individually or collectively. Their systematic group behavior implies either biological programming that enables effective cooperation or conscious coordination that reflects intelligence development sufficient for strategic planning and tactical implementation that could challenge human military capabilities and defensive strategies through superior coordination and environmental adaptation advantages. The territorial expansion strategies that guide tunneler surface activities reveal systematic approach to resource acquisition and area control that transcends opportunistic predation to encompass strategic territorial development that could systematically displace surface communities through sustained pressure and superior environmental adaptation, rather than immediate military conquest that might trigger coordinated human resistance. The systematic nature of territorial expansion suggests either biological imperative or strategic intelligence that recognizes gradual expansion as more effective than aggressive conquest for achieving long-term territorial dominance. The environmental impact that systematic tunneler expansion could create for surface communities includes disruption of underground infrastructure, elimination of subterranean resource sources, and systematic predation pressure that could force abandonment of territories that become untenable due to constant underground threat that conventional defensive measures cannot effectively counter. The systematic nature of environmental modification through tunneler territorial expansion could fundamentally alter surface community survival strategies and settlement patterns, according to underground rather than surface environmental priorities. The defensive challenges that tunnelers present to surface communities stem from their systematic advantages in underground mobility, environmental adaptation, and tactical coordination that conventional human defensive strategies were not designed to counter effectively. The systematic inability of surface communities to effectively defend against underground threats creates strategic vulnerability that tunneler expansion could exploit systematically rather than through occasional raids or opportunistic attacks that existing defensive measures might successfully counter through prepared responses and tactical adaptation. The long-term implications of systematic tunneler expansion encompass potential fundamental transformation of wasteland power, relationships between human communities and non-human species, whose intelligence and territorial capabilities could challenge human assumption of biological and technological superiority that has provided foundation for post-war survival strategies and community development. The systematic nature of evolutionary development that produced tunnelers suggests ongoing biological advancement that could continue producing new capabilities and adaptive advantages that exceed human ability to develop effective countermeasures or defensive strategies. The systematic adaptation advantages that underground evolution provides create ongoing biological development that could systematically outpace human technological advancement and strategic adaptation, despite human advantages in tool, use, communication, and strategic planning that have historically provided species-level advantages over non-human competitors. The acceleration of underground evolution suggests that human technological and strategic advantages might prove temporary if biological development continues producing systematic improvements in non-human capabilities and base environmental adaptation that could eventually exceed human adaptive capacity. The resource competition that systematic tunneler expansion creates encompasses not merely direct predation on human populations, but systematic competition for environmental resources, territorial control, and ecological dominance that could fundamentally alter wasteland environmental relationships in ways that favor underground species over surface communities whose survival strategies assume continued environmental dominance and resource access. That systematic underground expansion could systematically eliminate through territorial displacement and resource monopolization. The systematic intelligence development that tunnelers appear to be undergoing suggests ongoing cognitive evolution that could eventually enable strategic thinking and technological development that approaches or exceeds human capabilities, while maintaining biological advantages in environmental adaptation and physical capability that humans cannot match through technological enhancement or strategic innovation. The systematic nature of intelligence development implies ongoing cognitive advancement that could fundamentally alter the intellectual balance between human and non-human species in ways that challenge human assumptions about cognitive superiority and technological dominance. The ecological transformation that widespread tunneler expansion could produce encompasses systematic modification of wasteland environmental relationships toward underground-dominated ecosystems, where surface communities become secondary elements within environmental systems optimized for underground species rather than surface dwellers. The systematic nature of ecological transformation suggests ongoing environmental modification that could make surface territories increasingly unsuitable for human habitation, while favoring species whose evolutionary development occurred under underground conditions. That systematic territorial expansion is recreating throughout surface territories as we contemplate the vast tunnel networks that honeycomb the bedrock beneath familiar wasteland territories, where evolutionary forces operate beyond human observation to produce creatures whose capabilities challenge fundamental assumptions about post-war biological development and species relationships. We encounter disturbing recognition that human technological superiority and environmental dominance may represent temporary advantage rather than permanent characteristic of post-nuclear civilization. The systematic evolution proceeding in lightless chambers serves as reminder that natural selection continues operating according to principles that favor adaptation over stability, survival over comfort, and biological efficiency over moral consideration, creating new forms of life whose systematic advantages could fundamentally alter the balance of power between human civilization and natural forces that nuclear devastation has accelerated beyond human ability to predict, understand, or ultimately control through technological or strategic innovation. Off the coast of Maine, where pre-war tourism once brought families to scenic vistas and peaceful harbors that promised respite from urban industrial pressures, the fog now conceals mysteries that challenge the very nature of identity, memory, and consciousness, while creating atmospheric conditions where truth becomes negotiable and reality itself shifts according to forces that exceed human understanding or control. Far Harbor represents perhaps the most psychologically complex location in the post-war world, where the boundaries between human and synthetic, between authentic memory and artificial implantation, between individual identity and collective consciousness, dissolve into questions that have no clear answers and implications that extend far beyond philosophical speculation to encompass practical survival decisions that could determine the fate of entire communities whose very existence depends upon resolving mysteries that may be fundamentally unresolvable. The radioactive fog that envelops Far Harbor's coastal regions represents more than environmental hazard or atmospheric inconvenience. It embodies systematic transformation of natural phenomena into something approaching conscious entity whose behavior patterns suggest either unprecedented biological evolution or supernatural manifestation that transcends normal understanding of weather systems, atmospheric chemistry, and the relationship between consciousness and physical matter. The systematic nature of fog behavior, its apparent responsiveness to human activity and emotional states, and its selective permeability create conditions where environmental forces appear to possess agency and intentionality that challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness and the boundaries between organic and inorganic matter. The consciousness that appears to inhabit or manifest through the radioactive fog creates unprecedented philosophical challenge for communities whose survival requires practical decision-making based upon reliable understanding of environmental conditions and natural phenomena that typically operate according to predictable physical principles rather than psychological or emotional responses to human presence and activity. The fog's apparent ability to respond to human thoughts, emotions, and intentions transforms weather from passive environmental condition into active participant in human affairs, whose motivations remain opaque, while its influence over community survival and individual safety becomes increasingly apparent and immediate. Dima's unique position as synthetic being whose consciousness encompasses both artificial intelligence and apparent genuine emotion creates fundamental challenge to traditional categories that distinguish between natural human consciousness and artificial computational processes, revealing that the boundaries between authentic and synthetic experience may be more fluid than either human or synthetic communities have previously recognized or acknowledged. His systematic exploration of consciousness, memory, and identity through direct experience and philosophical investigation provides insights that transcend academic speculation to encompass practical implications for understanding what defines genuine personhood and authentic experience in contexts where the distinction between natural and artificial becomes increasingly meaningless. The memory storage facility that Dima maintains represents unprecedented approach to consciousness preservation and identity management that enables systematic backup and modification of subjective experience in ways that challenge fundamental assumptions about the continuity of personal identity across time and the relationship between memory and authentic selfhood. His ability to selectively remove, modify, or restore memories creates practical capabilities for identity manipulation that exceed what natural human consciousness can achieve, while raising profound questions about whether modified consciousness represents the same individual, entirely different entity, wearing familiar personality characteristics. The philosophical implications of systematic memory modification extend beyond individual identity concerns to encompass broader questions about community responsibility, moral accountability, and the nature of authentic relationships between individuals whose shared experiences may be partially or entirely artificial constructions rather than genuine historical events that formed the foundation of community bonds and social organization. The systematic nature of memory manipulation capabilities creates potential for comprehensive social engineering that could reshape entire community relationships and cultural identity according to programmed objectives rather than authentic historical development and shared experience. The Kasumi Nakano disappearance that brings outside investigation to Far Harbor represents systematic mystery, whose resolution requires determining not merely what happened to missing individual, but whether the synthetic being who claims her identity represents genuine continuation of original consciousness or artificial replacement whose convincing personality conceals complete elimination of authentic human individual whose life and relationships have been systematically appropriated by technological entity whose motivations remain uncertain and whose claims cannot be verified through normal investigative methods. The identity uncertainty that surrounds Kasumi's case reflects broader philosophical challenge that pervades Far Harbor's social environment, where the presence of sophisticated synthetic beings whose consciousness appears indistinguishable from human experience creates systematic doubt about the authenticity of personal relationships and community connections that form the foundation of social organization and individual psychological stability. The inability to definitively distinguish between human and synthetic consciousness creates pervasive uncertainty that undermines social trust, while creating psychological stress that affects every aspect of community life and interpersonal relationships. The systematic investigation that attempts to resolve Kasumi's identity involves detective work that transcends normal missing person cases to encompass philosophical exploration of consciousness, identity, and the nature of authentic human experience that requires analytical approaches, combining empirical investigation with theoretical consideration of problems that exceed normal investigative methodology and criminal justice frameworks. The systematic complexity of identity verification. In contexts where consciousness can be artificially created or modified challenges fundamental assumptions about evidence, proof, and the reliability of subjective experience as foundation for understanding reality and making practical decisions. The synth replacement program that operates throughout Far Harbor represents continuation of Institute systematic replacement operations adapted to isolated community conditions that enable more comprehensive identity substitution and social manipulation than urban environments, where surveillance and community knowledge make replacement operations more difficult to implement successfully. The systematic nature of replacement activities creates pervasive paranoia and social fragmentation that undermines community cohesion while enabling external control through manipulation of local leadership and social organization, according to objectives that serve outside interests rather than community welfare. The replacement detection challenges that confront Far Harbor residents encompass both technological limitations and psychological resistance that prevents systematic verification of individual authenticity, despite community awareness that synthetic replacements operate among them. The systematic difficulty of distinguishing between human and synthetic consciousness creates practical impossibility of maintaining social trust and community solidarity when any individual relationship might involve artificial entity whose apparent emotions and shared memories could be entirely programmed constructions rather than authentic expressions of genuine consciousness and historical experience. The children of atom expansion that brings nuclear worship to Far Harbor's maritime environment demonstrates systematic adaptation of atomic theology to coastal conditions that require doctrinal modification and practical adjustment, while maintaining core religious principles that define community, identity, and spiritual purpose. The systematic integration of maritime survival challenges with atomic worship creates unique theological synthesis that encompasses both oceanic contamination and traditional atomic sacred sites, while developing new ritual practices and community organization structures adapted to island, environmental conditions, and social isolation that differs significantly from mainland atomic communities. The theological development that occurs within Far Harbor's atomic community reflects systematic evolution of religious doctrine in response to environmental conditions and community needs that differ from mainland atomic worship, while maintaining essential spiritual principles that define religious identity and community purpose. The systematic adaptation of atomic theology to maritime conditions creates new ritual practices and community organization that serves both spiritual needs and practical survival requirements, while maintaining theological consistency with broader atomic worship movement despite geographic isolation and environmental challenges. The harbor town survival strategies that enable civilian community persistence despite radioactive fog, atomic cultists, and synthetic infiltration demonstrate remarkable adaptability and social resilience that transcends normal, small community capabilities to encompass systematic cooperation and resource management that enables survival despite multiple existential threats that would typically eliminate isolated settlements lacking external support and defensive capabilities. The systematic nature of community survival, despite overwhelming challenges, suggests either exceptional leadership and social organization or external assistance that remains concealed from casual observation. The civilian leadership that guides harbor town operations demonstrates sophisticated understanding of community psychology and resource management that enables maintenance of social cohesion and practical functionality despite pervasive uncertainty about individual identity and community security that would typically create social breakdown and organizational collapse in communities lacking systematic preparation and leadership, capable of managing extreme psychological stress and practical survival challenges simultaneously. The systematic effectiveness of civilian leadership suggests either exceptional individual capability or institutional knowledge and training that exceeds what isolated communities typically possess. Captain Avery's mysterious nature represents perhaps the most significant identity question that affects Far Harbor's social stability and community leadership, where uncertainty about whether civic leader represents authentic human authority or synthetic replacement creates fundamental challenge to democratic governance and community decision-making that requires trust in leadership. authenticity for effective social organization and policy, implementation. The systematic importance of leadership identity verification transcends personal curiosity to encompass community survival and social organization that depends upon authentic, rather than programmed leadership whose decisions serve community rather than external interests. The leadership authenticity questions that surround Captain Avery create systematic challenge for community governance that extends beyond individual identity concerns to encompass broader questions about democratic legitimacy and community self-determination, when leadership authority might derive from artificial consciousness programmed to serve external objectives, rather than authentic community member whose interests align with community welfare and survival, rather than outside manipulation and control that synthetic replacement enables through systematic deception and identity appropriation. The submarine installation that provides connection to pre-war military operations demonstrates systematic persistence of institutional authority and technological capability despite 2 centuries of isolation and resource limitations that should have eliminated complex technological systems and organizational continuity. The systematic maintenance of military installations and equipment suggests either exceptional resource management and technical capability or external support and oversight that enabled continued operation despite apparent isolation from broader military command structure and supply networks that typically support complex technological operations. The pre-war connections that submarine operations represent create systematic link between Far Harbor's current mysteries and historical military activities that might provide context for understanding synthetic infiltration, consciousness manipulation, and identity replacement programs, whose sophistication exceeds what post-war communities could develop independently, despite their obvious technological and organizational limitations, compared to pre-war institutional capabilities and resource availability that supported complex research and development programs. The memory manipulation implications that emerge throughout Far Harbor investigations encompass both individual identity concerns and broader social implications for community relationships and historical continuity when systematic modification of consciousness and subjective experience becomes possible through technological means that exceed normal human capability for maintaining authentic personal identity and genuine social connections based upon shared historical experience rather than programmed memories and artificial emotional attachments that synthetic consciousness can simulate convincingly. The philosophical challenges that memory manipulation presents extend beyond individual identity questions to encompass broader implications for moral responsibility, legal accountability, and social justice. When individuals whose actions require evaluation and potential punishment might represent different consciousness than the entity that committed questionable acts, if memory modification has systematically altered personality, values, and decision-making processes that define individual responsibility and community accountability for maintaining social order and ethical behavior standards. The systematic nature of identity uncertainty that characterizes Far Harbor social environment creates pervasive psychological stress and community fragmentation that affects every aspect of social organization and individual well-being, while demonstrating how technological capability for consciousness manipulation can undermine social trust and community solidarity, even when such technology is employed with benevolent intentions rather than malicious objectives designed to harm or control community members through systematic deception and identity appropriation. The fog consciousness phenomenon that appears to manifest environmental awareness and intentional behavior transcends normal atmospheric conditions to encompass possible emergence of collective intelligence or environmental consciousness that operates according to principles that exceed human understanding while demonstrating apparent interest in human affairs and community development that suggests either supernatural manifestation or unprecedented biological evolution that has produced environmental awareness and agency that challenges fundamental assumptions about consciousness and the boundaries between individual and collective intelligence. The environmental agency that radioactive fog displays creates unprecedented relationship between human community and natural environment, where atmospheric conditions appear to possess intentions and objectives that influence human activity and community development, according to purposes that remain unclear while demonstrating systematic responsiveness to human behavior and emotional states that suggests either environmental consciousness or supernatural influence that transcends normal understanding of weather patterns and atmospheric phenomena as passive environmental conditions, rather than active participants in human social organization. The systematic mystery that encompasses far harbors multiple identity questions, consciousness manipulation, environmental anomalies, and community survival challenges, creates comprehensive puzzle whose resolution requires understanding connections between apparently separate phenomena that might represent coordinated influences or systematic relationships, rather than coincidental occurrence of multiple unrelated mysteries in single geographic location. The systematic nature of mysterious phenomena suggests either common underlying cause or intentional coordination that serves purposes that remain concealed from community members whose survival depends upon resolving questions that may be fundamentally unanswerable through available investigative methods. As we navigate through the dense fog that conceals Far Harbor's deepest secrets while revealing fundamental questions about consciousness, identity, and the nature of authentic human experience, we encounter perhaps the most profound philosophical challenges that post-war communities face when technological capability enables systematic manipulation of memory, consciousness, and personal identity in ways that challenge every assumption about selfhood, community, and the reliability of subjective experience as foundation for practical decision-making and social organization. The mysteries that shroud this coastal community serve as warning that technological advancement without ethical constraint can create conditions where truth becomes negotiable and reality itself shifts according to purposes that may serve external interests rather than individual welfare or community survival, reminding us that some questions may be too dangerous to answer, while others may be too important to leave unresolved, despite their potential for undermining everything we consider fundamental about human consciousness and authentic existence. As we drift toward the end of our journey through the wasteland's greatest mysteries, perhaps you found yourself carried along by the gentle rhythm of unanswered questions, your mind free to wander through possibilities rather than certainties, through shadows that dance just beyond the reach of definitive understanding, from corporate conspiracies that may have orchestrated the end of the world, to alien visitors whose motives span centuries, from mysterious guardians who appear in moments of need to underground empires pursuing their own visions of humanity's future. These mysteries remind us that even in the most thoroughly documented catastrophe, fundamental questions about human nature, purpose, and destiny remain beautifully, eternally unanswered. These unsolved puzzles of the Fallout universe serve not merely as gaps in knowledge, but as invitations to wonder, to theorize, to imagine possibilities that extend beyond what we can prove or know with certainty. In a world rebuilt from nuclear ashes, perhaps mystery itself becomes a form of hope. The recognition that there are still discoveries to be made, still secrets to uncover, still questions that can occupy curious minds for generations to come. The systematic patterns we've explored tonight reveal not answers but deeper questions, not solutions, but more sophisticated mysteries that remind us how little we truly understand about the forces that shape our existence and the intentions that guide our fate. Rest now in the comfort of uncertainty, knowing that tomorrow's wasteland may hold answers to today's mysteries while spawning new questions to puzzle future generations of wanderers. Sleep well, fellow seeker of truth, until dawn breaks over the mysterious wasteland once more.